Good evening, Tuesday, January 25th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. If I could have, the board is in session. It is 5:30. If I could have a roll call, please.
Mrs. Hassler?
Here.
Mrs. Stufen?
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski? Mrs. Troutman?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Here.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Here, 6 board members present, 1 absent. If I could have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the board move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity, 5 ILCS 122C1, collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, 5 ILCS 122C2, the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired. 5 ILCS 122C5, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students, 5 ILCS 122C10, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, 5 ILCS 122C11, discussions of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes is mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Okay, please call a vote. Yeah.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Board is in closed session. Good evening. It is Tuesday, January 25th, 2022. This is the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. We have 6 board members present and 1 absent. The board has been in closed session since 5:30. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to COVID-19 for all Illinois counties. The board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district's website. Electronic public viewing can be found at Board Docs by clicking the video button. So at this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so tonight we get to start with the spotlights or recognitions. So we will just be having one tonight. The Jefferson Elementary School spotlight is being postponed. So if I could just have the stock market game program, those that are going to present about that, come to the podium and give a little background, and then do you guys want to, the coach or teacher, sponsor, give a little background on it for us? And then we'll have our board member, and then the students can come up to the middle. It's like it's part of the honorary process is to stand right in the middle. Thanks.
My name is Jim Burrell. I'm a business teacher at York High School. What we do is we play the stock market game, and each team, it's about 3,000 stock teams across the state. Pretty much a lot of business teachers and economics teachers choose this for their kids, and so you're given $100,000 in cash, and you can margin or borrow another 50, and so you just invest in stocks, and it starts basically a 3-month program. Usually, if you double your money, get to $200,000, that's a great thing. Usually, you win the state with that. This year, we had a team that got to $922,000, and on a $100,000 investment over a 3-month period, which is amazing. In fact, the group SIFMA is a group that runs it. And they were shocked. No one's ever gotten even close to that. Usually you get, $200,000-300,000 over a 3-month period is amazing. And I'm really proud of our kids that that got to 922. And then, so we finished first and second in the state out of about just under 3,000 different stock teams. You name the school, Nutria, everyone plays it because we're all kind of fighting, to do well. And so we had a 922,000, and then Ryan, what did you finish? About 260-ish somewhere. So we had so first place was 922, and again Ryan, Matthew, and the 2 Ryans and Matthew, you guys, we did that. That was the 922 team, and then Ryan's space went by himself, and he finished second in the state at about 260,000 on top of the 100. So it's amazing. We have some really great kids there, as a teacher. And again, this is my 29th and final year teaching at York High School, but I'm really proud of our kids here. We've got some great kids that are standing in front of you, and they're the future.
Early congratulations on your retirement. It's wonderful. And I have to say hi, Athena Arvanites, board member. I have a little special place in my heart for business students and this type of work because I am a former business teacher in a high school. So what the students have accomplished and what I read about their performance in this competition is just quite astounding, to the point where I think some community members may be giving you some calls soon, looking for stock tips or however you crack this code, right? So congratulations on your really, really wonderful accomplishments. We'll read this proclamation, and once I'm finished, we have a little handout that I'll hand to you, if that's okay, and we'll wait to take a picture, okay? Thank you. Whereas the stock market game teaches and reinforces critical thinking, decision-making, independent research, cooperation and communication, as well as saving and investing. And whereas the game is a statewide competition run by Illinois bankers in partnership with Northern Illinois University's Center for P20 Engagement, which allows students to use real internet research and news updates, making the simulation an even better mirror of the real marketplace. And whereas teams started with a virtual cash account of $100,000 and strove to create the best performing portfolio using a live trading simulation while researching and evaluating stocks to make decisions based on what they had learned over a 3-month period. And whereas the honors, personal finance, honors management, and career internship classes at York finished first and second to win awards. York had 5 of the top 13 teams in state. The winning team's total equity of $922,918 is astounding and has never been eclipsed. And whereas York High School seniors Ryan Pajak, Ryan Marty, and Matthew Huffman finished in first place, and Ryan Spaeth placed second statewide in the grade 9 to 12 division, in which 2,390 stock market teams competed. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to our community, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and their teacher, Jim Borrell, along with Wendy Albert, Division Chair, Career and Technical Education, for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations. Parents, if you guys want to take a picture, Dr. Campbell will go up there too. You're more than welcome to come up to the front next to Tanya here. One more. Great, thank you.
That's one thing. She said, because she was accused of insider trading, she says, everything I did was legal as long as I declared it.
All right. Always the highlight of the evening. All right, so we will move on to the public comment section of the meeting. We've allocated 45 minutes. Public comments from those in our community are valued and considered as we make decisions. Please know that we listen intently to the comments presented, but do not respond at this time. If a follow-up conversation is deemed necessary, you will be contacted by members of the board or administration. I also want to acknowledge that we've received a significant number of emails, and those have been read for consideration by the board, but I want to acknowledge that those have been received in the last few hours. Following process is in place to provide an opportunity for each of our speakers. Please provide your first and last name when you come to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. The timekeeper will alert the speaker when there are 30 seconds left. All right, so I will turn it over to the board secretary to call the first speaker.
Jennifer Fioca.
Good evening. First of all, I just want to take the time to say thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I am a mother to 2 daughters, a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Emerson Elementary. And I urge you to think today about where we are.
Can you hold on what? Yeah. So let's just make sure your microphone is
can you hear me?
on.
I'm just not close
Maybe
enough.
just closer. We just want to make sure that everyone can hear you.
appreciate it. Thank you. Should I just start over with my name?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you, guys.
I restarted the clock.
Thank you. This is helping my nerves too. So my name is Jennifer Fioca. I am a mother to 2 daughters at Emerson Elementary, a 3rd grader and a kindergartner. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today on their behalf and on the behalf of other parents feeling the same about what I'm going to discuss tonight is the mask mandates. I urge you guys to think about where we are today in relation to the start of the pandemic. Think about the amount of information that we have at our disposal to help us with this decision-making process. First, I'd like to present a couple facts. We now know that most at risk for the worst outcomes from the disease are adults. Adults that can choose now how to protect themselves effectively, from vaccines to wearing proper masks and to taking personal responsibility for some of their decisions. 2, we now know that the vaccines cannot prevent you from catching or spreading the virus. But they'll hopefully keep the symptoms much milder and hopefully out of the hospital. All adults are eligible to get the vaccine, and if they so choose, can get their kids vaccinated if they're worried about their kids having a bad outcome. We now know that pretty much only N95, if worn and changed properly, will effectively protect you from catching or spreading the virus, and that all other masks offer little to no protection from catching or spreading the virus, including medical surgical masks, which were and still are designed to be disposed of regularly, not worn all day or for days at a time. Oh, and cloth masks that are nothing more than a fashion accessory. We now know that most testing is meaningless, and since you can test negatively for COVID 1 minute and contract it the very next, outside of having one or more of a myriad of symptoms associated with COVID and wanting to get a confirmation that it is, in fact, COVID, most testing is ineffective, untimely, and unreliable. Lastly, we now have tons of real live world examples all around the world and globally that show no measurable difference between those states and countries that applied basically little to no mitigation, those that applied many mitigations but have since relaxed many, if not all of them, and those, like Illinois, who applied many mitigations and still have basically all the same in place today, 2 years later. In closing, I like to remind everyone that going back forever in our country's history, we've always operated on a simple, inalienable truth: to protect our children first.
30 seconds.
To protect the next generation. That was until COVID came about 2 years ago, and we put our children, we put the next generation, from grade schoolers to our adolescents and beyond, on the front lines of this war, and asked them to sacrifice their well-being, to sacrifice their education, to potentially sacrifice their future for all the adults. This needs to stop today. We need to start putting the health, well-being, the education of our young people first. And all of us need to retake that mantle of sacrificing for our children. We need to start acting like the adults in the room and bring back that simple, inalienable truth to first and foremost protect the children, protect the next generation. I ask you to stop all the mandates and to please get back to focusing on our children and on their mental, physical, and educational health. They are the future.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Courtney Bowman.
Hi there, Courtney Bowman, mom of 2 boys at Field. I'm here today to respectfully ask that Dr. Campbell and the Board of Education return to a mask optional policy immediately if the TRO is granted. The extraordinary measures that schools like ours have taken to protect children from COVID are not justified and are actually harming some of our kiddos. According to the HHS, depressive and anxiety symptoms among young among youth have doubled during the pandemic. Child deaths from suicide greatly outnumber deaths from COVID and have continued to increase. There is an overwhelming demand for child and adolescent mental health treatment that clinicians can't meet. I am a licensed clinical professional counselor in private practice, and I had a parent recently knocking on my door, desperate to find help for her teen. She was unable to find a practice that is even accepting new patients on their wait list. I have another patient whose child has been on a 6-month wait list and is still waiting. I came across a publication from the AAP that struck a nerve. It was about a study that found that eating disorder hospitalizations increased by 120% during the pandemic. As a clinician, this makes sense to me because oftentimes eating disorders are a way to bind anxiety and experience a sense of control when one's life feels totally out of control. There hasn't been much that kids and teens have had control over since the pandemic began. They've experienced a profound loss of control with school shutting down. Then when schools reopen, kids' physical distancing from each other has been closely monitored, in addition to being told to wear their masks above their nose throughout their school days. Their bodies and behaviors are constantly being policed in order to protect their health. How could they possibly feel a sense of control right now? Not only that, how are children supposed to truly feel a sense of connection with their peers when they're only able to see their eyes? Faces matter, smiles matter. Smiling activates the release of neuropeptides that work towards fighting off stress, as well as releasing the feel-good neurotransmitters, dopamine, endorphins, and serotonin. When we exchange smiles with each other, we're creating a symbiotic relationship that allows both people to release feel-good chemicals in their brains, which are responsible for relieving stress and boosting one's mood. Nobody knows how masking interferes with these processes. Further, nobody knows how masking impacts interpersonal skill development, as well as our kids' social emotional learning. Masking has clear downsides for children with hearing and speech problems, not to mention the constant reminder that children must look at each other as vectors of a dangerous disease.
30 seconds.
We suffered from the illogical thinking that if we don't hear children complain, that means they aren't suffering. Compulsory masking of children is unethical given the lack of any good evidence of its benefit. Imagine if in 2018, someone at a scientific meeting said we'd soon be masking all school-age children for 7 hours a day without any off-ramp. We would have all assumed that person was crazy. Well, we've been living it for a couple years. The standard of evidence to showing masking kids works is to randomly assign groups of kids, masking or no masking, and follow cases over time. That's a cluster randomized control trial. We've never done that study. We've literally ran
3 minutes.
0 randomized trials of masking kids this entire pandemic, so we know nothing about it with confidence.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Musinga.
Thank you again for letting me speak. I'm here again to talk about the need to go to mask optional. Let me be clear. I have no issue with those that want to continue to choose to mask their children. I simply want mine to have the right to learn and grow without one. We're a free people, and this emergency is over. There's been a lot of news this past week all around the country about masks. There's also been a lot of local news in School District 205 about mask shaming of our kids. I think we all know about the elephant in the room, the ruling that is supposed to take place later this week downstate. So, as we start the second half of the school year, we as parents and taxpayers need to know what this administration has in mind for the remainder of this school year and beyond. Many parents are considering homeschooling or leaving Illinois altogether because of this issue. These are very tough, life-changing decisions that are not made lightly or overnight and bear significant financial burden on families and require much planning. We need to know what your plans are now. If you're going to sit back and listen to the governor or the Illinois Board of Education, then let us know. If you're working on a plan to get us back to normal, where are you at with that plan? We need to know where you stand so that those that want to plan their lives and want to do something about their children's mental well-being can. We have to stop putting the fear of triple-vaxxed adults ahead of our children's mental health and well-being. Lastly, fear led us to where we are now and appears to continue to lead us. We need you all to be leaders now more than ever and lead these children out of the fear. Thank you.
Next speaker, Tim Grebs.
Good evening, y'all. I was going to spend 3 minutes talking about the mask mandate, but 2 Elmer's moms and 1 Elmer's dad just put me to bed on that one, so nice job, y'all. I stood before this body, Tim Grebs. I got 2 kiddos at Bryan and 1 at Lincoln. Listen, a couple of months ago, I came before this body and I talked about the choice, right? Having a choice to mask, not mask. Life is full of choices. And what makes us different as a country is that we're entitled to choices. We're Americans. People have fought and died for that choice. We live with choices every single day. Our kids haven't had a choice this year. They're going to school with masks on. But this week, an educator made a choice. One particular educator in this school district made a very emphatic choice. And that was to have students do calisthenics in the form of push-ups and jumping jacks as a corrective action for a mask lowering beneath the nose, not taking off the mask in class. How many times does your mask drift away from your nose during a day? I probably readjust my mask 3 dozen times a day. Calisthenics. Never once at work have I used a corrective action with an employee who made a mistake. I never once have said, get on your face and give me 20. I sure as heck haven't done it in front of a large group of people, like in the classroom setting. 20 years ago, I got some of the best sage counsel I've ever gotten, and it was during my time in the military, and I learned real fast. You praise in public, you punish in private. Why is that not occurring more in our schools when we need to politely ask our children to correct their masks? They don't have a choice. One educator. This relationship is about trust and faith. You represent every single employee of this district. This week, when this occurred, a small shred of that faith was broken. Dr. Campbell, you're responsible for the lot. I expect, I'm sure you have trained your educators to apply the appropriate corrective actions with a student if they need to adjust their mask.
30 seconds.
Okay? But help us understand why one educator can stray from the pack and what corrective actions are being done to ensure that educators politely and gently ask our kids to correct. Why? So they don't go home to parents in shambles with their self-esteem broken, and we're left to pick up the pieces. Thank you all.
Guido Nardini.
Hey, everybody. Guido Nardini. I grew up in Elmhurst. Real briefly, you guys are doing selfless work. This pandemic has been 2 years on, and all of us are angry and confused and trying to work our way through it. And you guys are caught as authorities at that time. You're doing work that every community needs. And come election time, don't think that there isn't a big chunk of this community that appreciates your pretty much thankless work and has some sympathy for the heat that you catch while everybody is dealing with their most cherished resource, their kids. So thanks a lot. Thanks for looking out for District 205.
Chris Lamika.
Just as an FYI, I was told that the feed for the internet viewers isn't working. People can't see this. Good evening. My name is Chris Lamika. I'm a parent of 2 D205 students. and I'm here tonight to offer the board a few suggestions and clear up a few misconceptions regarding the masking debate. We are entering year 3 of this divisive mask debate, and yet there seems to be no end in sight. The numerous articles in the patch only highlight how this universal masking is creating an even wider divide in our community. The board and Dr. Campbell began the year with a decision to go mask optional. However, this idea was quickly brushed aside in favor of universal masking. I'd like to begin by discussing the idea of optional masking versus universal masking. Optional masking, having different options or choices. Mask optional places the decision to mask or not on the parent and with their child. Universal masking takes that decision-making process away. If a family decides to send their child to school in a mask, that is their choice. If a parent and their child decide not to wear a mask, that is also an equally valid decision. Universal masking is a blanket mandate that forces all to be masked. All decisions and choices are taken out of the hands of the parents and child and placed in the hands of bureaucrats. Recent evidence shows that most masks don't even prevent the transmission of even the mild Omicron variant and are nothing more than face decorations. So I'd like to offer the board and Dr. Campbell a simple solution so we can come to a meeting of the minds, as they say. The school board should survey the stakeholders in this debate. Why not send out a short, anonymous survey to all the members of the community who currently have students in the D205 school system? This will provide a data point on how the relevant voices in this debate really feel about universal masking, which the board has chosen to adopt without our input. With a looming Illinois court decision in the very near future, I implore the board to be proactive and give this option to mask our children back to the parents and students. Thank you.
Lisa Sullivan.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Sullivan. I have a 6th grader at Sandburg and a 4th grader at Hawthorne. I was taking a look at the District 205 COVID metrics since we have come back to school in 2022. I noticed that in the January 7th COVID metrics released by D205, we had 290 COVID positive students and staff the first week we came back. I think we can presume they didn't catch that at school. Maybe they caught that over the holiday break. But that was by far the largest number we've had this entire school year. In fact, it was 36% at the time of the total cases through the year were just that 1 week's reports. But more important than 290 numbers is the number 0. 0 of our students needed to quarantine because they had a school contact. 0 students needed to quarantine because we have a masking requirement in place. Then let's look at the January 14th metrics. They went down a bit. We had 243 students and staff that had to quarantine because of COVID, stay home because of COVID, COVID positive. But again, we had 0 students that needed to quarantine as a school close contact. And again, the reason 0 students needed to quarantine because of a school close contact was because we wear masks at school. Then we look at last Friday's update. We have really dropped. We're down to 133 COVID positive students and staff as of last Friday. And again, 0 students needed to quarantine from school contacts. And that again is because we have a masking requirement. Just today, I got a low-risk notification for my 4th grader at Hawthorne. She's in one of the basement classrooms that has no windows because we are accommodating the Lincoln students. But yet, she is a low risk, and she doesn't need to quarantine because we have a masking requirement in the schools. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the school board for having the masking requirement. And thank you for your hard work.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank those of you that are here for being respectful and just creating an environment that, we can listen to each other. Really appreciate that. All right, moving on to approval of board meeting minutes. Item A is approval of regular board minutes from 12/14/21 and 1/11/22. Were there any changes to those minutes? Hearing none, those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes 12/14/21 and 1/11/22. Those stand as presented. All right, next up is reports and presentations. Item A is a demographic study, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Welton. Mr. Welton to introduce that and I assume give the presentation.
We have Matthew Cropper from Cropper GIS. There he is. Hi, Matt.
Hello. Are you ready for me to go?
We are ready, Matt.
Okay, I do need access to share my screen. I'm sorry.
All right, you're all set now.
Okay. Get my presentation up here real quick. So thank you all very much for the opportunity to present here tonight. President Caforio, members of the board, Dr. Campbell. My name is Matthew Cropper with Cropper GIS Consulting. We are a firm based out of Ohio. Do this kind of work all over the United States. Demographic study work is right in our wheelhouse and work that we've done all over the United States. We've also done a demographic study for Elmhurst in the past. We did one in 2014. And our forecasts have been tracking fairly well. If you look at our results back in that study compared to what we are looking at now, you know, in the absence of some of the impacts of COVID, we have been tracking very well on our studies. And so, but we are here to present the results of our demographic study that we have recently completed for the Elmhurst School District. And that's my purpose for tonight's presentation. So I'm going to get right to the meat of the demographic study. We developed a demographic study using a cohort component method. So our belief is in order to understand what's going to happen with school enrollment, you have to understand what's going to happen to the total population as a whole. So we actually develop a population forecast for your district by each individual age group that the census gives us. 0 to 4-year-olds, 5 to 9-year-olds, 10 to 14-year-olds, all the way up to 85 plus. And that population forecast helps drive an enrollment forecast for you. So we are using 2010 census, and then we're also using what we have available for the 2020 census, and looking at population data for each attendance area. We also look at things, a lot of the components of change that drive change in population in any school or any area are things like births, the number of deaths. And so when we look at fertility rates for birth, and to give us indicators for births and how many young children are going to be born in the area. We also look at mortality to see how many deaths have occurred in the area, and that gives us indicators for home turnover and things like that. And we also, the third major component of a demographic study and looking at everything is migration. So understanding first, before migration, what's going to happen to your population as it ages and the younger kids are being born, and then on top of that, how is migration affecting your district in terms of people coming in and also people leaving the district? And that net gain or loss is important. We've also looked at your historical enrollment data just to track every school grade level and grade level for the district to see how that's progressed through the system over time. We also look at your databases of enrollment and map out the students so we know where the kids live in the district and where they go to school, how many students live in an area that may not attend there, and those types of dynamics to help us understand the true components of the population within your school district. So like I said, we look at many demographic factors as we calculate a population and enrollment forecast. Like I said, a lot of it has to do with the structure of the population that's in Elmhurst right now. The people who are living in Elmhurst right now and the dynamics of that population is really what is the biggest causing the biggest impact in future enrollment change. And a lot of that is dealing with aging of population, people aging and empty nesting. And then you get to a phase where people are turning over homes and younger families are moving in. All of those different components of the life cycle of housing and families are things that need to be studied to understand what's going to happen to your district. And so, like I said in the previous slide, we look at in and out migration, we're looking at fertility, mortality, and then we're also looking at local neighborhood factors, things about planning, development, and residential development plans in your district. So, as I mentioned, we do a population study and population forecast. So you can see that the image on the screen looks a bucket of water. Think of the bucket of water as the enrollment or the population in Elmhurst. And as that bucket of water, really our task is to identify what level is that water going to be at in the next 10 years. Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down? And we look at all the different factors that impact that level of water. And, deaths and out-migration will bring that water level down, that population down. But then in migration, people moving in and also people having children in the district makes that population level go up. And so understanding all those different factors is really key to understanding what's going to happen to your population as a whole. And we we are working with 2010 census. 2020 census is available. We have block level population total data, but we don't have a lot of the rich, robust information that the 2010 census has yet. That's anticipated to come out later this summer, maybe in the fall. But we still have some good data from the 2020 census to calibrate. But because we don't have all of the detailed data for the 2020 census that we need, we actually develop a population estimate for 2020 and calibrate that to the 2020 count that we got from the Census Bureau. This is something that you'll see in your report. It's a population pyramid. Like I said, this is basically the primary driver of change, the age structure of the population in your area, and is the primary driver of change for your school district. So we look at the size of the bar, and that helps anticipate as population ages what's coming down the pipeline and what is aging out and things like that. And so we do this for every single attendance area, and we've also developed it for the district total. And we have a pop total here just to give you an idea of how Elmhurst is looking. This is the 2010 census, your total population. And each one of these bars are those age brackets that I'm talking about. So you can see you have 0 to 4-year-olds in 2010 was much smaller than the 5 to 9-year-olds. So we kind of you need in migration to stay level because you don't have enough 0 to 4-year-olds to replace that 5 to 9-year-old population. And so looking at this, you can look at 2020 census and kind of see how the population is kind of aging and moving up. And as in 10 years, the population, you see the anywhere from 50 to 69 starts to get larger bands. And this is showing us that the population in Elmhurst is aging, but you are also replacing population that's aging out and empty nesting with younger families that are moving in, as it's shown, we see in some of your enrollment data. So the result of our findings from the district as a result of the study is that we look at total fertility rate. And so at this point, the total fertility rate for Elmhurst is 1.84. In demographic terms, that rate needs to be 2.1 in order for your population to remain stable and to not decline. So that rate is below that, which means that in the absence of any migration or in migration, your enrollment or your population would decline over time. we see that most in-migration to the district occurs in 0 to 9 and 25 to 44-year-olds, people moving in with children. And so we are seeing a good steady inflow of migration in that population, and that's the largest segment of people who are moving into the district are people with children. The local 18 to 24-year-old population continues to leave the district and going out. And that's what we normally see that as children graduate from high school, they go out to go to college, and then they build their own families. And a good percentage of those students don't come back and resettle back into the district that they live in. But there are students and people who do. We're also seeing the second largest migration outflow is 70+ age groups. And so those are as your population is getting older, that you're getting a larger proportion of population deciding to downsize and move to a smaller setting in a place that without as much maintenance in the house and a yard and things like that. We are seeing increases in your enrollment over the next 10 years, though, and that is because we are seeing a relatively large and anticipating a relatively large number of elderly housing units turn over. And so we're seeing as the population ages and those folks move out, younger families are moving in and replacing those households with children. And so that's actually anticipated to keep your enrollment stable and also seeing some enrollment increases. And so we're seeing, we do anticipate this to occur over the life of the forecast. And so you are seeing some enrollment growth as a result of our study. The elementary enrollment will slowly increase over the next 10 years. And the median age of the district's population is just really stable, 41.2, and is forecasted to go to 41.5 in 2030. This is, I would almost say, abnormal for what we're seeing in a lot of districts of your type across in the Chicago metro area and also across the country. We're seeing median ages going up, in some places going up 4 or 5 years in the next 10 years, particularly in the Northeast and Rhode Island and Massachusetts and some of those areas. We're seeing it even at a greater rate. And so I think that it's very good news and encouraging to see what we are seeing in your enrollment, and that is actually maintaining some stability and some growth, which we're not telling a whole lot of districts nowadays. This story, in particular, districts of your type in the metro area, like you're in. Even if the district continues to have some amount of new annual housing unit construction in the next 10 years, the rate and magnitude of existing home sales is going to be the dominant factor. So I know that people look at new homes being built, or they look at an apartment complex or a subdivision being constructed, and they automatically cling on to that as this is where our growth is coming. But actually, in reality, that's just a small proportion of what's happening in your district. The much bigger player that's causing enrollment change, enrollment growth in your district is that existing home turnover. And that's something that we are that we have tracked and studied. So the total district enrollment is forecast to increase by 94 students in the first 5 years of our forecast, and then it will increase by 285 students in the second 5-year period of our forecast. So we are showing increases in your enrollment, and it does vary from place to place and school to school. There are some things that we have to assume. We have to account for some assumptions, things that are really non-demographic that we can't control. We do a forecast that we tell you what your population, what your enrollment is going to do based off of demographic analysis. There are a lot of things in play that can cause enrollment to fluctuate, go up or down, that we can't control. So what we like to do is we identify a set of assumptions, and if enrollment starts to fluctuate from what we forecasted, we go back and look at these assumptions to see what has been violated in these assumptions and causing us to deviate from forecast. So we look at things related to the economy. We look at recession and ensuring that we do not go into deep recession in the next 10 years. Interest rates, we're looking at interest rates reaching a historic low. We're assuming that 30-year fixed home mortgage stays below 4.5%. If that, I know that the feds are talking about raising interest rates over this next year. We think it's going to be, we don't know if it's going to hit that 4.5 or higher, but as that interest rate goes up, what it does is it slows that migration. It slows the amount of homes that are being bought and sold, and that can actually slow enrollment growth for the district. We look at mortgage approvals, assuming that they're going to be the same levels of what you had over the last 5 years or so, looking at major lenders and making sure that they maintain stability, things like Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, making sure that they don't go bankrupt and things like that. That would cause a seismic change in home construction activity and home sales activity. Looking at housing foreclosures, looking at them to be similar to what they have in the past 5 years. And then looking at platted and approved developments, things that are on the pipeline for the Elmhurst district, and that all units constructed or occupied by 2031, and everything that's in the pipeline is built by 2029. There are a lot of people, we hear a lot of things of planned housing and things like that. And we like to only plan for things that are platted and approved, because there's a lot of uncertainty out there to things that are speculative. And we have found over time that if we incorporate things that are more speculative, our numbers end up come in too high. So we like to make sure that we only work with things that are platted and approved. We look at unemployment rates and maintain similar levels for the next 10 years of the forecast. That you don't have any major changes in the student transfer policy over the next 10 years, and things like open enrollment. And for example, in Indiana, several years ago, they opened up a voucher program where students can attend from out of district at no cost, and that created a pretty impactful change to enrollment trends and districts. We're assuming that what you have right now in the state is going to maintain pretty the same in terms of that transfer and the open district policy and things like that. Other things such as gasoline and prices and things like that. A lot of these things really can impact mobility and migration and things like that. Those are why we incorporate some of these in our assumptions. We look at no charter schools, assuming that no charter schools are going to be open in the next 10 years. We don't anticipate any other ones or any charter schools opening over the next 10 years. And the other ones on this list are really related to housing turnover rates. That the turnover rates remain at their current levels and things like that. We have an existing home sales assumption that you have about an average of 750 existing home sales every year for the next 10 years, and that's what you've been tracking historically in the last couple of 3 or 4 years. And so that's something that we're looking at. Assuming that you're going to have similar rates to that, and at least an average of 50 new single-family homes constructed over the next 10 years. And so let's get right to the forecast here. These are basically the forecast results for the district. I do have all of the results at school level here next. But in looking at this, you can see your elementary enrollment as currently at around 3697. We have you going up to about 4107 in the district. So a steady increase in your elementary enrollment is forecasted. Middle school enrollment is also forecasted to go up a little over 100. And then high school enrollment is stable. It's kind of dipping down and it's coming back up a little bit, but it is going to end a little bit below what you have now by about 140 students from what you have right now. And so those are kind of the general trends for your district as a whole. And then we also have some information here that basically identifies the change at the elementary level for every elementary school. So you could see here that your elementary school does vary from place to place. 2026 is the change for some of these schools is a little bit abnormal because Lincoln is an example of an abnormality because Lincoln right now is being constructed and those students are being housed at I'm sorry, Edison, I believe it is, right? Yes. And in other schools as well. And so so we anticipate when that building comes back online, your enrollment was going to level back off, and we anticipated that and accounted for that in your in the demographics study. And then for your middle and high school, we do have some data on your middle and high school. I had a slide in here that had that, but I think that I don't have it in this particular slide. But I do have a lot of data and statistics for every school in the back of this presentation, and be happy to share any other results with you of a particular school level forecast if you like. And with that, I think I just open the floor for any questions that anybody may have.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm gonna turn over. All right, Mrs. Stufen has a question.
I'm going to wait for the discussion piece. I mean, I've got a lot of things from that standpoint, but I just have one clarifying question, Matt. When you said something was, I wanted to make sure I understood what you meant. What's your slide? When you said the median age of the district's population will increase from 41.2 in 2020 to 41.5 in 2030, did you say that that's unusual for what you're seeing across the nation?
It is for an area like Elmhurst, where we would normally see the median age a greater rate of aging. We would see the population aging at a greater rate than what we typically see in a lot of other districts. And so the fact that your median age is not going up as much as we have seen in other places is tells us that the in-migration that's coming in and the out-migration, that combination, that net change is keeping your median age somewhat stable.
Yeah, so your interpretation then for us, what's the impact? I'm drawing conclusions from that, but I'm asking, since we're asking you, the expert, you do this, what would be implications for us?
Well, the implications of your median age remaining stable? Mm-hmm. Is that your question?
Yeah.
Well, the implications of your median age remaining stable is what we are seeing in it's the implications when you look at it at an enrollment, from an enrollment perspective, is that it's actually it's keeping your enrollment stable to increasing. And it's not, if your median age was going up at a greater rate, we would anticipate enrollment declines or flat to declining enrollment for your district. But we are seeing enrollment growth.
Yeah, thank you. Because we heard last year, quite a few years ago, wasn't it last year, Chris Welton, you presented to us, maybe 3 years ago, but it seems like last year, where we're anomaly because our enrollment is going up double digits, where other districts are either zero or declining. So I guess that's why I wanted to make sure that I was understanding what you're saying. And I drew the same conclusions, but you're the expert doing this, wanted to make sure that it's the same thing. Because I looked at data that somebody did for us for 15 years, and I saw a lot of increase. And now we're increasing, but boy, not the same rate that we had been since early 90s, which is fascinating.
And you also, another thing to talk about or to note with this is that this district didn't take as much of didn't have as much of an impact due to COVID as a lot of other districts that we've seen. Your enrollment in from 1920 to 2021, normally we're seeing about a 3 to 6% decline in those 2 years, and most of it's concentrated in the early childhood, the K through third grades. You guys did see enrollment declines, as almost every district did, but it hadn't been at nearly the rates or the level of impact that we have seen other districts decline. And so you're already coming out of some of the impacts from COVID and climbing back up, even though we're still not out in the clear yet. It's promising to see that your enrollment has maintained the stability that it has even in the midst of COVID.
Yeah, thank you. The only other clarifying question that I had, and then I'll stop, is when you show each of the schools and the enrollment, it doesn't look like you had the data for Lincoln virtually going to zero, but you included those Lincoln students that are at the other schools, which bothered me because I wanted to really kind of see what the true reality was. So I wondered, one, if you knew that, and could you off the top of your head kind of give us a sense, or can we get that more accurate data in those schools? So those were my two big clarifying questions besides discussion points.
Yes, you could see that the link. I have the Lincoln forecast pulled up here, so you could see we have this 1 year, this current year, where the students aren't there and they're displaced temporarily. So that shows up in our historical enrollment. But you could see, as the forecast shows for Lincoln, we account for those students back at that school once the school comes online. So we understand that it's a short-term trend, a short-term thing with your enrollment, and we are aware of that, and we're accounting for that in our forecast.
Right, but if I recall correctly, and I don't have all those sheets in front of me right now, but Hawthorne and Edison didn't have their numbers this year include the Lincoln students.
Correct.
So what I'm trying to get a sense of is, did somebody pull those out? I don't know those numbers. That's the reality that I wanted to see, to show that. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyway, for me, I really kind of wanted to see what the reality was versus just the bar graph, is all I'm saying, at those schools. And then, that's okay.
No, but I think if I understand you correct, Karen, it's a good point, but I think they do break that down. And I'm not looking at the bar. Oh, maybe I am looking at the bar graph. I didn't realize the bar graph was under there. But in the chart above, it does break it down, and you can see the marked decrease from the 21, 22, 22, 23 year, right? And so that's accounting for the students, right? So I think that's where. I assume that. Yeah. Am I interpreting that right, Matt? Like the difference between the 2021, 21, 22, and then 22, 23 school year, that drop in enrollment at Edison, Hawthorne, and then Bryan as well, because they have fifth graders there. That's the number of displaced Lincoln students.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am. And some of that, as you know, we're forecasting through this school year that has sort of an abnormal enrollment because of the just swinging kids to other buildings while Lincoln's being constructed. And but you know what I would kind of, when I look at these numbers, what I like to do is I'll track 2020 and then almost skip a year, look at 22, 23 and kind of see see how it's tracking. You know, it could, you see 20 for Hawthorne that I'm looking at, 2020 it was 520, and then 22-23 it was 567. It's you know, I would anticipate that if Lincoln weren't outflowing students temporarily, that number would probably be ticking up a little bit to get in the midterm. But yeah, those Lincoln students are included in the 2021-22 numbers.
Okay. Did you have something?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't have a question. I just had a comment. You know, over the last several board meetings, we spent a lot of time talking about expansion of scope on a lot of our facilities projects. And we kept talking about this demographic study and wishing we had the insight that it has provided us. And we made decisions to increase scope at many of our upcoming projects. And I just have to say, I feel I took a big sigh of relief when I saw this report, because I think those decisions were the right ones, given the amount, you know, the percentage of enrollment increases that is projected in across all of our buildings, across all of our district. So I think it's important for the community to know when we talk about the financial decisions of spending more money and increasing scope, you know, based on these projections, we got it right. And I'm so thankful because they were, Jackson School and Fisher. Yeah, I mean, and Fisher and Jefferson and even Fields, you know, looking at the expansion that we did. And I'm just, I think the diligence we put into the discussions about it really has paid off with this.
Do you guys have anything? Nothing? Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. It was very thorough. And so thank you for that. And Mrs. Stufen, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I was hoping that based on what we have now, that we could get, you know, what's our capacity after referendum, what's our enrollment, what are our sections, that sort of thing. So we have an idea.
You mean like per school or?
Yeah. Yeah, which we asked for a while ago, but now that we have all this information, I'm like, it's keeps coming up in my mind. That would be nice to have.
So like expected enrollment now based on this at each school when we finish the referendum?
Capacity at each school, yep, and enrollment, you know, in sections, so that we have an idea of what we have where and where we have space. Because, you know, if the economics are going to stay the same, we might, I think, based on this demographic study, we're still going to be potentially tight at Jackson and Fisher, potentially. But we will have space at other schools, and we will have options for us to be creative and entertain those. And, you know, that's not a bad place to be, especially I do think that our smaller schools, based on if these demographic study enrollment come up, it's still going to be tight in two schools, even given what we added to Fisher and Jackson. And I'm glad the option B was in the, thank Terry from ICI, you know, where it was all one package. You don't break those two up, otherwise it's going to be more expensive. And so with the added 2 classrooms there, because if these demographic studies are true, which the trend has been, we're going to need that space.
Well, we do have all-day kindergarten rolling in, you know, as our, I mean, it's in place in some schools, but it'll complete in the next 2-3 years. Yeah, well, while we're under construction, right? Yeah. And then we also have those boundary changes that, you know, were to slowly roll in or implement. Thank you. And so those are happening as well. So, yeah, Jim.
I did think of one question for you. You outlined several factors that may inhibit in-migration and population growth within the school district, things like interest rates and things and economic activity, et cetera. Are there any things that we should be aware of that would accelerate population growth within the school district? Are there any outliers that would lend themselves to increasing population here?
Yes, there are factors that can increase enrollment growth, and most of it really has to do with factors that would increase migration into your district. So the interest rate, if the interest rate, now I was mentioning if the interest rate goes up, which we're looking at that trend going up based off of what we're hearing from the Fed, if that interest rate goes down, that's going to spawn or spur more existing home turnover and more home sales activity. So that could, if it goes down, which it's almost at the floor now, they almost can't lower rates anymore. But that could increase it. Other things that could really cause a noticeable increase in enrollment is if some a major industry or major business moves into the Elmhurst district, or say or just someplace right nearby, close to Elmhurst, where say a larger employer, like for example, if there's a lot of office space in the area and Microsoft moves in and brings in 1,000 jobs, that's something that's going to create a change in the people living there. People would be moving in and choosing Elmhurst, and that could create an increase in enrollment. It really boils down to we have a really good handle on the population that's there now and what's going to happen to that population. And the only thing that's really going to cause that increase in that population, or further than what we have forecasted, is some change in migration, that's going to create a greater amount of people and children to move into the district or nearby.
We have new multifamily housing in our downtown business district, with more planned. What would you anticipate as they encourage a more densely populated downtown business district with condos and apartments to have as an effect on student population?
Condos and townhomes, single family attached type developments typically don't yield many students. They're typically relatively low yield. I would anticipate somewhere around 0.2 students per unit in a type of development like that. The greatest yield is usually comes out of a single family detached type of housing setting, your standard home with a yard and in a neighborhood. But we do see high numbers of yields coming out of apartments, and even greater over the last 10 to 15 years. The yields in apartments have gone up. But for a condo development in sort of a business district, you would see some students as a result of the net gain of depending on the number of units. But I wouldn't anticipate something like a 1-to-1 or even a point or one student for every 2 units. I believe that would be too many to anticipate out of a development like that.
I think we talked during the demographer hiring process about, I think this was your opinion, that some of these downtown housing units, I'm just trying to come up with things that we should, as a board, should keep an eye out for as things change, that should alert us to unanticipated changes. I think we talked that maybe you mentioned that as those condos are built or apartments are built in the downtown business district, that encourages people who want to downsize, empty nesters, to move into those, and then that frees up more than the normal flow rate of single family homes for families with students to move into. Is that something we should keep our eye out for as things change in the development of our town?
I think it's always good to watch and track and see things that may be happening different than what has happened in the past. You know, I think the key. You're on the right track, and the key is looking at things that are different, things that are happening that have not been happening in the last 5 to 10 years in the district. And so you'll always have a segment of the population that when they do decide to empty nest and downsize, they say, I love Elmhurst so much, I'm going to buy a place down in the business district that's smaller and things like that. You do have a population that, you know, some of the population chooses to do that. We do think most of the population, some of what we've seen in some of the out-migration, like I said, is the second largest segment of population that's migrating out of the district are those age cohorts that are in the position of starting to empty nest and downsize. And so we do think that most of the population, they're looking to go, when you look at the 65 plus, 70 plus population, usually they're migrating someplace warmer and things like that, or looking at they're migrating outside of the area that they currently live. But there are people who choose to stay. I would just say the best thing to do is to see if that's going to, the rate of that proportion of people who choose to stay changes, that can cause some differences. But regardless, if when they leave that household, that may be in a single family, a detached neighborhood, regardless of where they choose to go, whether it's an apartment or someplace out of the district, there's still that housing unit available, and we're seeing, you know, that's available, and most likely a younger family with children is moving into that household.
All right, thank you.
Athena?
I just have a closing thought, and it's really thank you for putting together a very thorough demographic study. I think the information is quite useful, and like Courtney said, it confirms some of the assumptions we were making in our decision-making processes for other related items. I encourage our administrative team to continue to use this data as a comprehensive, as we look at long-term planning, right? So it's going to play a role. Now we have a wealth of information that can help us make better assumptions and good decisions moving forward, really in any form of long-term planning or forward-thinking planning that we're engaging in. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this incorporates in the future.
I just want to say, in regards to some of the things that Mr. Collins was talking about, those unknown factors and some of our buildings that are at a higher capacity, for me, are some of the that's some of the information that went into the decision to add more scope to the buildings when we have the space to do that, because we are landlocked here for the most part. And so when we have the opportunity to do those things where we have the space, then it allows us to have that flexibility down the line so that we can shift things around. And for future boards, I think that's really going to be useful long term.
Okay, it looks like there are no more questions or comments, so thank you for the very thorough report. Appreciate it. And I think we will move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Cropper.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Okay, next we have a facilities update. So, Mr. Schmidt.
Good evening. I'm just waiting for Rudy. No, sorry, I was just waiting for the presentation.
I didn't even see him up there, by the way.
Tonight to give you an update, facilities update. Some of this has been revised since the finance operations meeting that we had last week, and that's because we have some bid results that just came in. First thing we're going to talk about is Fisher Elementary School. For the project that we're looking at Fisher, it was decided instead of trying to get it all done in one summer, we're going to phase this project in. Fisher doesn't have any extra space, so we can't afford to start a project and not be ready for the start of the school year. So with this phasing approach, we're going to do it almost identical to what we did at Edison Elementary School, is start off and build the 6 classroom additions along with the new restrooms up there. Start those here in the spring, have those ready to go for when school starts in the fall. So then we'll give them some time. That'll give them 6 extra classrooms. So then they can sit there and reshuffle some of the space within the building. And then approximately December, when we start Christmas break, that area in green, they'll give us that part of the building. We'll build our containment walls on the corridors. So nobody will know what we're doing on the other side of those walls. And then we'll sit there through December and through all the way up until next school year, is renovate that existing portion of the building while school is still in session. So they'll have that extra space. We'll get this space. We'll start renovating that. That's where the new media center is going to go. And then the pink area up there, that'll be what will start next summer. And that's going to be the rest of the renovations in the building with putting the air conditioning in there, corridor renovations, and then remodeling some of the classrooms or spaces that are going to be the new teachers area and some office spaces, which is the old library area. So we feel that this approach is in the best interest of the district to make sure that we get this project done with minimal disruptions to the students and the staff in that building. So we look at the bid update here. This was for the referendum budget is what we had budgeted out there for Jefferson. The cost estimate DD, that's what we've been presenting all the way up until December of what we estimated this cost of this project to be. Then we looked at the cost for the invitation for bid based off of the bid results we received from Jackson, and since they were so high with the market adjustment, so that's the number that you see in that cost estimate for the invitation to bid is what we anticipated based off of Jackson's numbers of the bids that came in. And then the bid estimate is actually what bids came in at. And actually that number right there, 7.896. So it was not as high as we anticipated based off the historicals from Jackson bid, but it was a little bit over than what we anticipated. So we figured that is going to be pretty much where the market is right now on that. So it's not as bad as the market was when we bid out Jackson and opened those bids in November. The project for Fisher, we used the same approach here. That was the cost estimate under DD. Then we also went back and reforecasted it based off of the Jefferson or off of the Jackson bids. That's where we anticipated it was going to be 10.9. And with the bids that came in outside the asbestos, we're looking at 9.67 million for that. And actually that number has come down $60,000 in the last day. We thought we were going to have to take the second low bid on one of the trade packages, but we were able to take the low bid on there, which brings it down to $9.61 million. So same thing here. It's not up at the high end. It's kind of right in the middle. So we think it might have adjusted. The market has stabilized just maybe a little bit there. With these recommendations, Jefferson is on the board tonight to approve those trade packages. Fisher, once we still are working on the scope review on those, we're just about done. That will be presented to the board February 8th for their review. Now, with everything in there that we've done over here, what the board approved in December and what potentially the board will approve tonight and potentially approve February for Fisher, putting everything in there with the extra addition at Jackson, the alternate that the board approved for the 2 additional classrooms, Jefferson tonight, Fisher, and Field, taking all those numbers I presented, this is kind of where we're looking at right now with everything all in. If we were at $168.5 million. We're now estimated of a value of 186 million, and approximately 17.5 additional scope that was put in there. So that's kind of where we're at, assuming everything still holds on Fisher with those numbers. Any questions?
Is that it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, and glad to see that the bids came in a little better than anticipated. Can you just, because I think this is one of the most important things, can you just say that one more time about the referendum was $168.5 million, and now the anticipated, or we're at
186.
Sorry, I can't see it.
That's why I got my glasses too. Yes, initially the referendum was $168.5 million. We've added additional scope in there with several things in there, mostly field going from a 3-section to a 4-section, added scope. Putting additions on Jefferson and Jackson for the media center. The additions of 2 classrooms on Jackson. The additions of 6 classrooms on Fisher, which was initially going to be 2. Plus we put an addition on Fisher for the office renovation. So with all that added scope that we've put in there, now we're up at $186 million of potential work, estimated work that we have to complete these projects.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify again, that comes out, we are taking, that additional funds are coming out of our fund balance versus it is not, sometimes we get emails, people concerned that they're going to see that additional cost passed on to them, and we are taking that out of our funds. So, all right. Other questions? I just wanted to, yep.
Yeah. Just so I'm sure I'm reading the slide correctly. This does not include projects that we haven't started yet, like Madison and the York Auditorium, things like that?
It's in the remaining projects that are out there, which we have renovations at the middle schools, plus the addition at auditorium addition at Churchville, plus Madison's renovations. Those numbers are the same numbers we've been using. We have not reforecasted any of those numbers out there, but those are included in the remaining projects out there.
Okay, so 17.5 million is the net grand total, subject to some fluctuation in the remaining projects.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then that the additional 2.2 million over budget on the far right bottom, that is just a subset of the 17.5 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure I was clear on all that. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Again, another thorough presentation. I have one silly question, but well, maybe 2, but one of them is just going back to the Fisher construction schedule. When you spoke about having to build the 6 classrooms in order to take on and to be ready for the following school year, so that we could do some of the original building work next in phase 2, right? It says that the project end date is about September 2022. School starts in August. How does that work?
It'll be ready before our start of August.
Okay.
Because they can look at it, there will be substantial completion and there'll be a final completion. There will be some things that we still have to do, but that won't affect not moving in and ready to go out there.
Okay. Great to add clarity for that. And then I just want to make sure I'm getting this correct. So we opened the bid packages for Fisher Elementary. We're at the 9.61, what you just modified, million. And the bid estimate for Jefferson, that's still an estimate. That package is going out to bid on the 10th of February, and that's when we'll have an actual.
That is for asbestos abatement, which we have a budgetary number plugged in there of about $150,000.
Okay.
So we're using that because our asbestos bids have been coming in pretty good.
So the remainder of that bid, how much of the 7.896 is asbestos related, approximately?
About $150,000.
Okay. Yeah. So we can say with confidence that we're at like 7.8, like the number, give or take the 150.
No, of what we look at that bid estimate for Jefferson, where you have that 7.896, we have a budgetary number of 150 included in that number there too.
Okay, so any
So if
increase,
the bids
if
come
a
in
bid
at,
comes
say,
in higher,
100,
it'll be
it can go down.
minuscule.
Yep.
Right, okay, thanks. Can I just say one more thing? Sorry. I'm just putting this out there on a very big picture. I totally understand that we've made decisions to modify scope and we're prioritizing things like equity among our buildings, right? We want students to have similar facilities and experiences, and that's one of the reasons why we made the decisions to expand scope. The other is knowing how tight we are on space and building for facility flexibility in the future, right? Because education's just evolving. I say that knowing that, 17.5 million additional is quite a bit of dollars. And I guess I worry, and I'm just going to put this out there, I think it gives me some pause that we do have an additional 41 million, 42 million in remaining projects, given where we are in the market today. Additional increase, given the market demand, is possible. And my pause is around, and I think we'll see this a little bit when we go to the finance presentation next, about, how much are we considering being comfortable with taking out of fund balance. So it's just, I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just voicing this in the room to say, I'm being cautious. And of course, we're trying to do what's best for students in our community. But I want to just put it out there that this is a substantial difference from what 168 million was. And we still have quite a bit more project to do. So I'm putting that out there. What I'm asking is not now, but when you guys have time, if we can find time, it would be nice to just take a little pulse on that 41.7 million in remaining projects, since they are old estimates from 2 to 3 years ago, and get a better handle on where we are today with the market, where it is.
And part of that, we worked on that. Today we had our kickoff meeting for summer 2023 projects, which includes Churchville, approximately $14 million at Churchville, the renovations at Bryan and Sandburg. So it's going to be $28 to $30 million. So that's a big chunk of it. Some of those, as we're looking at it, is the numbers that were developed were just 5,000 square foot renovation. As now we're starting to develop the scope and refining that in there, we'll be able to give, so a lot of that work is identical to what we've been doing. Outside of the auditorium addition at Churchville, it's library renovations, corridor renovations, mechanical work, building upgrades, things that we've done here with Jefferson, with Jackson, with Fisher, with Edison. So ICI will be able to have a pretty good estimate there as we go through the process and develop the scope of that. But we started that project. We had a 3-hour meeting today talking about that, start kicking that off and hitting milestones of when we can do more estimating of the designs to make sure White has the designs, give the ICI, and doing it more frequently for the upcoming projects. So we know exactly where we're at.
That's great. I appreciate that work. Can you give us a ballpark timeline? I know, is it 6 months? Is it?
Well, we're going to look at getting those things out to bid December of this year. So we're going to have the numbers and the drawings. We just started. Now we got to start going out to the buildings, meeting with the stakeholders at the buildings, start developing some of that. What's it look like? What's the libraries, media centers look like in the middle schools and things like that. So we should have estimates probably here come the summer, once we get further along in the design process.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that update. All right. Next up is financial projection and abatement discussion. A few little context. In November, I believe, we discussed abatement and said we wanted to revisit. So that is tonight, and we moved the financial projection conversation a little earlier in the year. So, and we have Elizabeth Hennessy with us in person. Hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. All right, so I will turn it over to Mr. Welton and Elizabeth.
I'm going to start us off talking about the financial projections. Tonight, we have the 5-year financial projections. We utilize the 5CAST projections model. It's used by many school districts. 5CAST is a software built for school district financial projections. And I work with one of their consultants on our projection model. This presentation tonight only includes the operating funds and does not include debt service or capital projects related to the referendum. So forecasting is an interactive process. This means that the projections will continue to change as more current information and assumptions become known. It is a tool to assist in decision making. It is not necessarily a predictor of the future. We make adjustments as we receive updated information. And we use these forecasts as a tool for budget planning, tax levy determination, scenario and trend analysis, and annual update and reassessment. So a lot of information goes into the forecasting model. The current budget, the last 5 years of AFRs or audit reports, the consumer price index, new construction EAV, salary and benefit information, enrollment and staffing, and evidence-based funding. Last year, projections weren't completed until March, and the year before in April. So this is the earliest financial forecast in the past 3 years. Our mix of revenues, this pie chart illustrates that we are very reliant on property taxes, 84%. Evidence-based funding is only 4. And with the other state revenues making up 2%, means that our state funding is only 6% of our revenues, and federal revenues are only 5%. With property tax making up 84%, this is an important revenue source. And with the tax cap, CPI is a very important factor. We found out just over a week ago that CPI would be 5% for the next levy. Historically, CPI has averaged 2%. This past levy was based on a lower CPI at 1.4%. The Fed targets 2%, and that is what we estimated for future CPIs. With the tax cap, the other critical factor is new construction EAV. Our district has really benefited over the years from some significant new construction. We are estimating the 2021 levy at $36 million based on the past 5 years. We will receive the final number in late March. And then we conservatively estimated the future years at $30 million. So 2 years ago, we changed the accounting and the audit to defer the early June taxes into the next school year. The impact of this change is twofold. We do not include any increase from the most recent levy, and two, the fund balances are restated and reduced. Interest rates are historically low levels and therefore have been flat. I got it. I don't know how to do it. I can't get the cursor over there. Interest rates are at historically low levels, and so we've kept those reduced. Replacement taxes are adjusted to the state estimate and are kept flat for the remaining years. Evidence-based funding for all Tier 4 schools is flat. On the expenditure side, in the district's mix of expenditures, we are similar to all other school districts in that we are a service organization, and as a service provider, Most or 75% of our expenditures are made up of staffing, which is in line with the national average. Salaries, the key expenditure assumption. Salary increases are based on the current contract through 2024, and future years are subject to negotiations. Additionally, we are forecasting small staffing increases to ensure that we meet the needs of our students. Health insurance premium increases are estimated at 3 to 5%, which is less than the national trend, and we can do this because we are self-insured. Other expenditures are increased at 2% annually. Transfers out of the operating funds are $4 million annually for the summer capital maintenance, and we have $16 million in fiscal year 2023 for the additional scope and capacity above and beyond the original referendum that Todd just talked about. At the time of the forecast model that I worked with Forecast 5, we had used 16 million. Obviously, he just said 17.5, but we had used 16 million because that's what it was then. And we can update forecasts as we move forward. So first, I want to make sure that I frame this picture correctly of our projections. On the cash basis, we budgeted to end this fiscal year with $62.7 million. That's the line at the very top of the chart, the black line in the middle. $62.7 million in fund balance on the cash basis as of June 30th. Our cash flow low point this year projected for May 31st of 2022 is projected at $35.3 million. That's the line right in the middle of the slide. So that's the cash flow low point at June 30th of 22. Fiscal year 2023 was on the radar has been on my radar for a long time with that low CPI of 1.4%. And now we are combining the low CPI year with the large transfers out of operating funds to invest in our facilities. All of our financial projections tend to look like a structural deficit where expenditures are outpacing revenues. The reality is that we make adjustments and we make sure that forecasting is only a decision-making tool and not a predictor of the future. We are using some of our operating reserves to invest in our facilities. We have started to see some amazing improvements in our facilities at Edison, at the York Field, at the Transition Center, and at Emerson. In this coming August, we will be opening the new Lincoln School, which is going to be the state-of-the-art elementary school. And then 1 year later, we're going to open another state-of-the-art elementary school when we open the new field school. The investment in our facilities is going to pay dividends for decades. As far as the expenditures outpacing revenues, we need to mitigate the expenditure increases. We will continue to analyze all of our spending decisions moving forward with a focus on balancing programming and scheduling constraints while ensuring that students continue to receive the highest and best possible education. Furthermore, we anticipate our strategic planning process will identify district-wide goals, allowing more effective resource alignment, allowing us to prioritize, recalibrate, and align our resources to maximize the outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you?
The other side had all the numbers, and it was too detailed. It wasn't good for a slide presentation, so I had taken it off of the presentation for presenting tonight. I think the chart illustrates the numbers better visually for a presentation.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so first of all, thank you for the presentation. And then I want to ask a couple questions. I see Todd still hiding back there, so just be aware that this might. Okay, so and if I have the date wrong, correct me, but in the winter of 2018, I think it's December meeting of 2018, you presented a 10-year facilities plan regarding maintenance and, things like boilers and all those, and you cost average over 10 years that if we spent approximately $4 million a year, we would, we had only been spending prior to that about $1 million to $1.5 million per year.
1.5.
What?
1.5 million.
1.5. I was way off with. So since then we have upped our spending each year to approximately $4 million, in addition to the referendum projects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my question comes in one, so we're 4 years into that, essentially in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Could we potentially do another analysis of, okay, now that we've done a lot of work on our buildings, we've done referendum, is 4 million still the best number that, keeps us being prepared? A boiler costs a lot of money, right? And then also, have you started to see any gains from, we've put in much better HVAC and things are, are you seeing any return on our investment, I guess, as we've made those updates to our buildings?
With that, it's a little hard to determine that now because of the pandemic that we've been going through right now. Because part of our system for our ventilation is we're bringing in more fresh air. We're turning on our systems. Prior to the pandemic, we would sit there with our HVAC systems is an hour before we think people are going to get in the building, we turn it on. As soon as they leave, we turn it off. Now we're keeping things on 24/7. We're opening at 2 to 3 hours before we know people are coming in. We're opening them up, bringing fresh air in there. So when you're bringing that fresh air in, especially like today, you got to condition that air. So we're going to be heating and cooling that air more than we would normally. And plus we have exhaust fans running 24/7. So that's constant. So it's really hard to make a apples to apples comparison right now because of all the other things that we're doing because of the pandemic.
Okay.
In theory, we're going to lose. We're going to reduce our electricity. Mm-hmm. We're putting all LED lights in. We have occupancy sensors in there. We will see a decrease once we stabilize everything. And if you say put our HVAC back to normal, if we ever do that, with some of those other things. Same thing with, we should see our water usage down too. Because of the systems we're putting them in there, they're going to be using less water in our boilers and things like that. But since we're heating a little bit more of that fresh air coming in, we may not see that offset right now. Okay. But once everything pans out, yes, we should see a reduction in our utilities.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. So I just think a piece that I would like to see, obviously not right now, but in the next year, it seems like maybe looking at that 10-year plan and how, where we're at, and is the 4 million, does it still need to be 4 million, or, can we adjust that, or,
Yes.
I would think it's an important, is projected, again, that was an average over 10 years, and some things have probably had to already be done, or they might cost more, or maybe they cost less.
And some things that we anticipated in that 4 million were kind of taken care of because of the referendum too. Because it just, we were renovating that room. We replaced that air handling unit because we had to with how we were breaking up that space. So yes, we can definitely do that this year, is to revisit that.
Okay. So thank you. I just, personally, you're always looking at the levers of, as you guys analyze and project. So
can I just say something to that point? Just with the cautious balance of you know, we spent a lot of years putting no maintenance money into a
Mhm.
lot of our buildings, and it landed us where we kind of were with buildings that were, you know, crumbling and not fit. And so I just, with that balance in mind, like I agree with Kara, there should be a reevaluation of that 10-year projection. But I remember when you first got hired, you're like, no, we are going to have a regular schedule of replacement of all these things so that we don't find ourselves in that hole again.
Mhm.
So I think a reevaluation is a great idea, but just that cautiousness in the back of your mind would make me feel better.
Yeah, and we're gaining on that $4 million as we're starting to, a very good example of what we're talking about with like Bryan, Churchville, and Sandburg. In the referendum, there was money like to replace the controller boards for the univents in the classroom. Those univents are on my capital list to be replaced, you know, because they're already 20 years. So why would you put a brand new controller board and upgrade the building automation system when you got an old piece of equipment? So that's where we're going in conjunction with the referendum and actually, you know, instead of taking that $150,000 to put controller boards on those univents out at Bryan, we're just going to replace the univents via our summer capital. So it's, you know, so it's money well spent.
Perfect.
We're gaining efficiencies when we combine some of these projects.
Awesome. Thank you. And sorry to put you on the spot.
Nope.
I do have.
I know you know so much about our facilities, but I just thank you. I just think it's something, you know, the good work is done, and I think it's good to go back and, you know, touch it again to make sure that we're still on the right path, whatever that path is. So,
Yes.
all right. Thank you. Somebody else?
Can I just add on to
Yeah.
this for Todd since he's up there? So I appreciate the budgetary number at 4 million and what we're talking about. You know, we don't want to put ourselves in a position 10 years from now where we were 5 years ago, right, with our facilities. I also wonder if a way to think about this is, given, you know, we have some potential budgetary constraints coming up, but what I think, you know, might be helpful is if we can see from you, Todd, in that 10-year plan, you know, what do you need right now, right? Like, what do you need done this summer? What are the wants? Like, it would be nice to have this done this summer. And, you know, how much life do we have left in some of the facility and maintenance things that we have in all these buildings that we manage, right? So that we have a little financial flexibility in making those decisions. And if something could make it one more year, we may be in a position where we make that decision. Or if something could happen a year earlier, or 3, we would be in a position to make that decision. That long-term plan is flexible and based on what we need right now or in the next 2-3 years, not necessarily, oh, we're filling a $4 million budget line item. This is everything I want to do with that. I hope I illustrated the difference in those two perspectives. Thanks.
That is your 10-year plan, though, right? I mean, when you presented it to us all, that was included, just FYI. But, you know, to Kara's point, you actually gave us the 10-year plan within weeks, a month when you came in. I mean, now you've been here, so I'm really interested in your update on efficiencies and your analysis. So thanks for asking.
I got one. Hey, Chris, on the property tax assumption slide, you know, I know the CPI came in, but on the tax assumption side, what have we estimated the EA growths at in prior years where they, you know, like say 2020? What was our estimate there? Do you remember? Sorry to, I mean, I'm just wondering, you know, these 36, 30, and, you know, the conservative 30. Have we been spot on with that 30? Has 30 been our estimate in prior years? And then we're ending up at these higher numbers?
Some of those higher numbers had, we had the TIF rolling off where, yeah, so some of those higher numbers were based on that. But 30 million is conservative. It could be.
But has that
it
always
could come
been
up
our kind of baseline? That's what our projection has been?
in that ballpark.
Okay. So we've always seen more historically.
It's been more than 30, definitely pretty consistently. Generally, residential is about 33, and then a little bit of commercial and industrial.
Okay. Are there any TIFs running out? Running out?
No, I think that's done for a
We're
while.
done?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Athena?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to go, Beth?
Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
I just wanted to thank you, Chris, for the presentation and the forecast. I appreciate it. I just wanted to highlight something you said about the strategic plan that's coming up and the opportunity that it gives us to be able to kind of hone in and look at where our dollars are being spent and if they're being used in the most effective way, and if there might be some things to tweak along the way to be able to, once we have our goals set, so that we're really monopolizing on that, and maybe we will be making some shifts and changes along the way based on that. So just another good thing to come out of the strategic planning and some of these other forecasts to get working together. So thank you.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chris, for putting this together. I know we've been anticipating it for a little time, so it's nice to finally see the future thinking and projections and complete support around. This is not a fixed kind of, this is what's going to happen. These are assumptions that we're making so that we can better understand and anticipate what our future financial health may look like, and potentially be able to be proactive in our decision making within the next 2 or 3 years as it pertains to our finances, right? So this is great information for us to have. I do want to just clarify 1 or 2 pieces because I think it's just compelling. So the board has in the past, this is my understanding, used the estimated cash, our cash flow low point, as kind of the indicator of financial health, if we can just kind of name it generally like that, right? Like we look at our financial low point, and this is a recent change, I understand that, in our accounting practices, but that's kind of what we look at when we're thinking about what our financial health is and what that looks like in the future. So would it be fair to say that you have an estimate in here for 5/31/22 at 35 million? If we took off the 17.5, the new number that we have, that our cash flow anticipated projected in 2023 would actually be around 18 million for the cash flow low point?
Yes.
Yeah. So we can see, I think that's really important for the community to see and understand too, that line dips in parallel with where your red line is here. And it actually is a more accurate indicator of what our fund balance is in the next 12 months or so, right?
Yes, at the cash flow low point, but at June 30th, our cash fund balance would be higher than that.
Right, June 30th for the following school year.
Correct.
And we're using cash flow low point to identify kind of for us what that amount is that we have available to us when we have these scope changes in our referendum project, when we have needs of the district that come up in the future. So going back to kind of the facility conversation, and when we're looking at this, I'm going back and repeating kind of what I said in the last presentation. We're looking at 17.5 million. We have 41 of unfinished referendum budget. And in 1 year, we've added, about 17.5 million of scope to this project. Moving forward, we don't have that level of financial flexibility to make, and I understand the project will be in the final year or two, and we're only talking about 50 million of it, but we're also in a market that's volatile, and construction prices are unpredictable. I think we've learned that through the many committee meetings and board meetings that we've had. So for us as a board to look at that 18 million, that means something. And so what I'm getting at really is that, again, big idea, long-term financial health, and kind of the essential question for me becomes, how will we work towards building a stronger financial future? Clearly, we cannot continue to have our expenditures outpace our revenues. And so I understand that we talked about resource alignment. I'd like to brainstorm around ideas for other revenue sources as potential.
I think financially healthy districts work in that area and try to find other revenue sources to complement their budget and their kind of long-term financial goals. And I also want to understand, well, basically improve our financial health. We're not in a place where we have to be significantly cautious right now, but we are in a place where we need to be mindful. And I personally would like to see a stronger financial outlook, as we move forward, especially when it comes to our cash flow low point.
Jim?
So, Chris, just to clarify, your May 31st, 2022 cash low point of $35.3 million does not account for the transferring out of the $16 million that you estimated for construction projects.
Correct. We plan to do that next fiscal year, in fiscal year 2023.
Okay. To this graph that's on the projection screen right now, we've been using Forecast 5, or now they call it 5 Forecast. This projection tool now for about 8 years or so, is that right?
It's been a while. I don't know how long.
So here's some data points that I'm certain of. In 2010, the board discussed tax anticipation warrants because that low cash flow point of the year on May 31st was going to be 0 or below. The board decided not to issue tax anticipation warrants. Instead, they paid some amaze bills in June after the property taxes came in. And then, since you've been using this software, every single one, and it used to just scare me to death, graph looked like this. It was downward sloping. After 2 years, it is always downward sloping, projecting large deficits. And I do know that over the last 10 years, inflation has averaged about 1.5% per year, which drove our property tax increases, which is roughly 85% of our revenue source. And I do know that 11 years after that time in 2010, when that low cash flow point of the year was 0 or below, we ended up last May 31st with $38 million at our low cash flow point of the year, even with the backdrop of property taxes increasing only on average of 1.5% per year. And after seeing at least 8 or 10 of these graphs where it is terrifying to look at. It looks like we have just a severe structural deficit. But it turns out we didn't. We actually banked money every year. So this graph with its downward sloping trend no longer scares me nearly as much. And then I look at our property tax increases over the next, and I might be getting ahead of myself, over the next 2 years, which are going to be about 11 or 12% total over just 2 years. That's about equal to the previous 10 years combined. And so I have to believe that our cash flow projections are not nearly as dire as are projected in this graph, especially when you consider that over 40% of the consumer price index is related to housing, which does not affect the school district's costs at all. And our projected increases look more like 3% than the CPI last year of 5%. So I just wanted to point out those factors as we look at this graph. And that's all I've got for right now. I have more later.
I would agree. We've definitely outperformed our projections in the past.
And Chris, I'll give you about 99.5% of the credit for that. Thank you.
Okay. Karen? I'm going to throw this out there. So as I'm represent our board on a lot of other DuPage County, et cetera. So I hear from a lot of other boards and, see a lot of this stuff and have a lot of discussions because of the fear factor that we always, see these projections and we, try to sort it out. So Chris, I'm going to try to draw an analogy to make it clear of how we, and correct me if I'm using the wrong terms, I'm not a finance wizard, but I'm trying to put this in more layman's terms. So if you look at this graph, and if you look at the April 2019 at 66, basically, and then you see our drop on 2020 to 12, that's the year that we changed our accounting, correct?
That's correct. We restated for deferring the June taxes.
Yeah. So what we were doing, which almost every other district does, I think we're one of two, maybe three at the most, that made that change. So if I'm listening to other boards and I'm seeing them use the accounting practices that we used to, where we were at 56, 60, 66, they're hovering around zero in red. So it gives a perspective of, so they could never even think about changing. They're not, our financial health was so strong that we actually could make this change and still be 12 million ahead. Other districts could not do that. I mean, that's important to understand. It doesn't mean that we should do different things, but it puts this into so much more perspective, and it shows how healthy we are. But we really have to, every decision, every penny we spend, we should be looking at what value do we get out of it. Okay? So I'm looking at it from both points of view, and that's what we should be doing, representing our taxpayers and our students and staff. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to attract good people. So I just want to make those statements, is that we have done a lot of things. The taxpayers have been extremely generous. When we were at the 2010, we said, the buildings were not being maintained, they didn't have the funds, et cetera. No bashing. The reality is that's what we got, okay? What we said is we need to be that district that has financial health, and we need to begin to look at how can we make those decisions. And we had lots of discussions with community members to say, this is our long-term plan, which we're executing now, and that was 10 years ago or 12 years ago. And we said, hang in there with us, trust us with your money. What we also have to balance is, what do we really need from them now, instead of always just taxing to the max. So that's what a board member's responsibility is. That's what district responsibility is as well. And I just think that's important to state.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I think, Elizabeth, you're up.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me all right? And I hope you have this on your screen, because I apologize to the audience. The numbers, there's a lot of them.
right, we're ready to go.
Okay, let's go right ahead to the first page. Yep. So the assumptions in this section that addresses abatement match Chris's assumptions in his financial projections. So there's really no reassessment growth in the property tax base. That is a little different. I think you had like 1%, or did you have nothing in your existing property growth?
Oh, I didn't.
Okay, so I have no reassessment growth. Why that's important, because we're talking about the impact on a $500,000 home, and we're keeping that dollar amount exactly the same going forward. So anyway, that works in the model. There is new growth, new construction, as Chris mentioned, $36 million in levy year 21 and $30 million thereafter. CPI estimate for 22, which is now reality, is 5%. 2% thereafter. Debt service payments include the last tranche of referendum bonds, $24 million, to be issued in January of 23, and the 1% loss in collection factor from DuPage County. The deadline for abatements is March 1 of 22 for the 21 tax levy. Let's go to the next page. Here's option 1. And this is the no abatement, current situation. If we start on the left-hand side of the page, we see the EAV. We've got actuals and the estimated actual in 21. 36 million new property, the prior year operating levy, the 1.4 CPI that we had in 2021 that you levied in November, resulting in a limiting rate, this is the tax limitation law, of 4%. So your operating extension went up to 120 million. That's a 2.63% increase in your operating funds. Debt, 15.8 million. Let me just stop at debt and let's look at the prior year. The debt levy there was only 10,973,000. Why? Because the district abated 3,175,896. That means that it told the county clerk not to extend taxes for debt service that were owed in that amount, and you used your operating funds then to make that payment. Okay, so that's why it looks like debt service is taking a tremendous jump up from about 11 million to 15.8 million, but it only is doing that because we did abate last year. The district chose to abate that 3 million to try to keep taxes as level as possible using some of your fund balance. So if we go then across to the page to the total levy estimated for 21, which will be extended in 22, we're at 136,129,000 versus 128,138,000 the year before. Again, the year before was more artificially held down with that abatement. So the 6.24% projected increase for the 21 levy year is a result of holding the increase in 2020 down to 1.4%. So, and if we go across the page, we see the tax rate in 2020 was $4.32. That's a 16-cent decrease from the prior year. The total tax rate projected for 21 is 4.517, which is a 19-cent increase. And in the far column, we look at the impact of that on a $500,000 home. So last year, for that homeowner, because of the abatement, it went down by $262. In 21, it's going to go up $309 for that same home. Okay, so then going forward, we've got all our assumptions in place as we discussed, the 2% CPI, the new property at 30 million. You can see the increase then with that 5% CPI, which is going to be your decision next November, is $340. And then with the 2% CPI, we're down to $95, so on and so forth. So what we're talking about tonight is the opportunity or the decision that the board makes on an annual basis whether to do any abatement of property taxes. And again, that requires using your operating fund balance and directing the county clerk not to extend taxes on debt, and then going ahead and paying them from that operating fund. So this scenario is kind of the baseline. This is a current situation, and it's kind of it is an annual decision, and so that's option 1. Let's go to the next page. Option 2 is to level off the debt payment at $15,600,000 beginning with a 22 levy year. So in this option, 21 stays the same, up $309, and then we abate debt service in levy year 22 and possibly 23 to keep it at that $15.6 million. In 24, it's at $15.6 million anyway, and after that, it declines. That's our debt structure, which is showing a very small increase in debt compared to what was talked about at the time of the referendum, just because we've been so fortunate to have fabulous interest rate environment to issue the first 3 tranches of the debt. So this is option 1, using $1 million, and this is showing 22 and 23 as abatement years, not 21, but stabilizing the debt service payment at $15.6 million in those years. Okay, so option 3 is to stabilize the debt service at $15.2 million, so abating a little more. And it's starting in levy year 22. So we're starting with that levy year where we've got, the 5% CPI increase. That's why we're looking at levy year 22. This past levy year, which we still can abate for, is only 1.4% CPI. So this keeps this debt service at $15.2 million for the next 3 years, and then it drops down to 15.1. So if we followed a plan that was looking like this, these annual abatements would total $2.2 million over that period of time. Okay, let's go to the next option. Option 4 is the $15.6 million, but in this case, we keep that, start that right away in levy year 21. So that would involve an abatement this year in 21 of $250,000, brings that debt service down to $15,638,000, $800,000 the next year, $200,000 the next year, and then again it stays at 15.6 or lower for a total of $1,250,000. Okay. If we go to the next page, we've got option 5, $15.2 million again, but now beginning with a 2021 levy. So it would be an abatement this year in 21, down to $15.2 million. To keep it at that level, the debt, we'd have to do that for the next 4 years, totaling $2,850,000 over those 4 years. Option 6 is levy increase at 4% a year. So this, instead of focusing on a number in debt service, focuses on a percent increase of your overall levy. So we're kind of departing from the first 4 options, which focused on a debt service number, just stabilizing the debt service at a level amount. This takes the debt service down so that the next 4 years, with these various abatements, you would keep your annual increases to 4%. So this requires $2,860,000 abated in the 21 levy year, $5,330,000 abated in 22, $3,015,000 abated in 23, and $955,000 in 24. And these are estimates because as CPI and all these moving factors change and become reality, to achieve the 4%, the numbers might have to change. But in total, that looks over those 4 years of abating $12,160,000, using that out of your operating funds to lower your levies. Okay, so that keeps your dollar increase on the home very low in 21 and in the $200 levels, in the next 4 years, kind of coordinating with that 4% increase. Option 7 is a levy increase at 5% a year or less, and so that requires an abatement in 21 of $1,584,000, in 22 of $2,660,000. So over those 2 years, that keeps the levy increases at 5% or less, and the total dollars you'd have to come out of the operating funds is $4,244,000. So I've just been reading all these numbers, and you're probably going, oh my goodness, this is so confusing, so many numbers. Hopefully, the summary sheet will help look at these various options. And the way I tried to quantify this is looking at the estimated total taxes paid on this $500,000 home over the next 4 years. So in option 1, no abatement, the payments are, as you see, for 21, they start at $7,257, and then they go up at the various amounts with the CPI and the percentage increases on that no abatement. So you can see the total taxes paid over those 4 years in the case that there would be 0 abatements over the next 4 years. Keeping the option 2, the $15.6 million, starting abating in levy year 22, you can see the 21 levy year is exactly the same as the no abatement option, and then it goes down about $40 in 22. It goes down about $11 in 23, and 24 is the same in this option. So the leveling the debt service at $15.6 million does give the taxpayer a break, but it's not a lot of dollars, and you see the total over those 4 years. And that costs you $1 million out of the operating funds in option 2. Option 3, this is going down to $15.2 million, so another $400,000 in several of those levy years. So you see, versus the option 1 no abatement, you can see the dollars start to increase. No change in 21 and 22. You can see that you're down about $60. Am I doing my math right? I'm trying to get these numbers up. And then again, another $30 or $32 in 23. And then in 24, you've got a larger decrease there. So, you can see the $2.2 million does buy you less taxes, but in total, about $115 less over those 4 years. Option 4 does start to impact 21 levy year, and you see those numbers there in the total. So similar to option 2, the difference being that 21 levy year is impacted. And that reduces taxes in 21 by about $14. Option 5 is the $15.2 million, very similar to option 3, except 21 levy year is impacted. Here you can see going from $7,257 down about $35 to $7,222. And then option 6 and option 7 are a little more impactful, especially option 6, where you're increasing only 4% a year. If you remember, the current situation increases 6% in 21 and 22. But again, that 6% in 21 is because of the abatement last year. So, excuse me, option 6 does tend to make a bigger impact, over the 4 years in total by, about $600. But again, it's the more costly with $12,160,000 over that 4-year period. Option 7 also at the 5% is a bit more impactful. And here, over those 4 years, you're down about $220,000 for a total cost of $4,244,000 over those 4 years. And just, again, sorry so many numbers and so many options, but we wanted to focus on the options that looked at debt service, the options that looked at 21 versus 22, and then respond to some finance committee requests for these 4% and 5% increases. But the reason that abatements are annually decided is because you really have to look, just like you just did, at your financial projections, understand what's going on in the district, construction, educationally, and what you can afford to abate on an annual basis. So, again, sorry about all the numbers, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Collins?
Elizabeth, does Raymond James have a chief economist? I'm guessing that answer is yes.
Yes, they do.
Would you happen to know what your chief economist's inflation estimates are for the next few years?
Well, you know, our economist doesn't predict inflation, but we do look at the Bloomberg Money Center Bank's projection on Bloomberg. And I'm doing this from memory.
Okay.
But as I recall, we're looking at next year being, I believe it was 2.8 or right around 3%. And then the next year, it was going down to like 2.5, and then, 2.2, something like that. It was just like a 3-year horizon. So I'm doing that from memory, but those are, it wasn't the 5-7% unless something has changed in the last week or so. But we do look at that Bloomberg projection.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you have a pretty good memory. Yeah, and once again, Mr. Welton at 2% is being conservative because I think there's a pretty wide consensus that inflation over the next few years is going to be above 2%. And, I'd pontificated at a finance committee meeting, but I won't take the time now of, the intricacies of calculating the CPI and how owner's implied rent is a large factor, and that tends to lag. So with a 7% increase this year, with housing costs being 40% of the CPI, just that one calculation will make the reported CPI number, maybe not inflation, but the reported CPI number higher over the next several years. So I just want to establish that our estimates are highly conservative at that 2% level.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. Oh, Karen?
So this was just a presentation for us to think about and
consider.
What's the intent? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Request that this be, presented to the board and, considered, and so here we are.
Okay, so it'll be on a future board agenda?
So, we have to look at it you have to look at it every year. So I think a good practice is to review it every year to see if you want to move forward with an abatement, or not.
Okay. I know that you make the decision every year, but you look at projection just like you just did. It's over a, 3-year scenario. So I guess what I'm wondering is, we had the same discussion years ago, right? That we then made the decision on the abatement. And so what would that, like if we kept on that trajectory, where is that in here?
Last year when you did that abatement, I didn't have any future numbers in there. That was to offset CPI increase last year. Wasn't that the intent, Chris? Correct me if I'm wrong.
We definitely were shooting to have minimal impact on a taxpayer, we were trying to make it be a flat increase from one year to the next to the taxpayer. That was what the $3,175,000 number that we abated last year, that was what we were shooting for.
And I agree with that, by the way. And, do the assessor, Some people's taxes went up a little bit and some people's taxes went down. And the intent was to keep everybody's taxes due to the school district flat. But, once you layer in the assessor's reassessment of everybody's property every year, some went up a little, some went down a little. But also last year, we talked about that this was going to be a multi-year process. And I thought the spirit of our discussion was we were going to do this we were going to abate, not a specific amount, but we were going to abate for the next several years going forward to try to flatten out to the best we could the bond and interest taxes that are going to go up over the next few years.
That part, that's right.
And I'd like to be consistent with that discussion that we had last year, that this would be a multi-year process, but we could only do it 1 year at a time.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that changed between that discussion and now is the 2021 new money and refunding we did in advance. So that kind of, with that refunding, helped smooth the increases. But you're right, this 20, from a debt perspective, just debt, 21 is a little high, is kind of the high point at, no, it's not. I take it back. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Sorry.
It's next year, the 16.4.
It's 22 is a high point, right, Chris, at the 16.4. Page 3. Yeah. So, as we go back, as we go back to the whole debt structure, we're still paying off some of those old referendum bonds, right? So we're trying to get, we issued almost, all but 24 million of the debt and getting it structured in such a way that we're trying to make these tax increases as low as possible. But we knew there'd be times when and this was all part of the promise, where we're paying both issues off. So our highest point is next year, 22, at 16.4 million. And then it goes down to 15.8, 15.6, and 15.120, which is why we were looking at kind of those 15.6 and $15.2 million scenarios, lowering it to that. So, yeah.
But in order to do a abatement for the 2021 levy year, meaning this year, we would have to pass a resolution in the month of February in order to get it to the county in March. But after doing the financial projections with 5CAS and looking at the impact on the transferring out of the operating reserves in order to, for the additional scope, I don't think it would be advisable or recommended to do an abatement in the current levy year. It would definitely impact our financial projections and our financial picture, and we are trying to find a way to improve our financial picture. The abatement option is not recommended, and when you look at this summary page, it shows that it's minimal. These abatements are on a minimal impact on the individual taxpayer, and they have a significant impact on our operating reserves.
And I think my recollection, Jim, to that point about our commitment of a multi-year abatement was more a commitment to have this discussion every year, which I think is a valuable discussion to assess on a year-to-year basis where we're at. But I don't think we committed to abate every year. I think our commitment was just this, which I think is very valuable, and I appreciate Chris and Elizabeth's information. But I strongly agree with the assessment of where you're at on that position, Chris, so thank you for that.
And I think when we discussed this, at that time, we weren't seeing the other impacts of COVID. as far as, supply chain issues and labor in some of our construction projects and some of the added cost to some of our projects and the added scope that came since then. So I think that's something that came into play between the last time we talked about that and this time. And Elizabeth, thank you. There was a lot of numbers, but you did a fantastic job of explaining all of that so that we can understand and the community can understand. So thank you for that.
Elizabeth, kudos. Always spectacular, really great information and precise. And I think it's consumable. And even though it's a lot, I thank you for your time and consult on these, really challenging conversations that schools have to have, right? Chris, thank you for your honesty and your recommendation and fully support what you said about where we are financially and where we want to go in the future. Thanks.
Yeah, as I look at these scenarios, so first of all, Chris, going from a $38 million positive cash position on May 31st, 2021 to a $35.3 million positive cash position on May 31st, 2022, you are projecting essentially a $3 million deficit this year, roughly.
Actually, I think we're going to do better than that. I mean, as on June 30th, but I mean, up until May 31st, that's the forecast 5 projection for May 31st.
Okay, so that's, I mean, we're not on that track right now to be at a $3 million deficit over the next 4 months. So that number confuses me a little bit. But I'll take that number. Let's be really conservative at 35.3. And then if we take our 17.5 million that we're over budget on construction projects, and then let's add another 10 million to that, that would, bring us at our 5% reserve position and a little something extra for to resolve our storage problem of our maintenance vehicles. So let's call that in total 10 million. That leaves us with an $8 million surplus cash. So looking at that, I look at Elizabeth's scenario number 6, which totals over those 4 years 12.6 million, and say that's too big. I look at scenario number 7, which would be a $1.54 million abatement this year with 4.2 million total, and that leaves me uncomfortable until I see what our position is this year and next year with such large tax increases that we anticipate. But, for long term, that's still, in my mind, on the table. What I'm comfortable with is right now is option number 5, which is 2.85 million going back to our taxpayers in total over 4 years. And this year, that represents just $650,000 out of those cash reserves for the year. I know we look at it and say, golly, that's just not much for, per house. But if you kind of do the math, the backwards math, and assume that how many property owners would we have if everyone owned a $500,000 piece of property? And if you do that math, it comes out to we have about 18,000 property owners if everybody owned a $500,000 property. So when we say, oh, it's not much money, but it's times 18,000. So that's a lot of people, that's a lot of lives that affects. And I don't think I can spend people's money better than they can. But I certainly want to leave the school district in a good financial position. So I would move that we adopt for this year what is in line item for this year, option Elizabeth's option number 5, which is $650,000.
So just to clarify, because I'm getting tired in my envelope math right now, would that put us at approximately $7 million in our fund balance then? At the low, at like.
Yeah, my back of the envelope is 8.
But after we'll say, okay, after 600, you're under 8, but.
Right.
Okay.
Right, I'm sorry, yes.
So that's 5% of our budget.
A little over that, yeah.
And where does that 5% come from? Meaning
That's like what, like if you're
that's
starting
5%
at
left
low,
over, but right, we have
like starting at the low point. Oh yeah, starting at the low point, and then taking off the amount already accounted for the
right
referendum, and then the other if we were to get something for our help me out vehicles, thank you. And
right, all the
all
expenses,
those things, then and then another 600-ish thousand to abate, you'd be at about 7 million in your fund balance.
Yeah, and that's about 5% of budget.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And so the question is, are you comfortable with that? And I'll just speak to where I'm at, and the answer is no. We've heard from our auditor, who has mentioned just last meeting that he mentioned, when he was giving us his consult, he mentioned that our fund balance, he would like to see it stronger, us in a stronger position. I don't disagree with him. And 5% of your budget in a fund balance is, and Elizabeth, maybe you can speak to this on behalf of school districts and school finance, I'd say is alarming.
How much is one payroll?
5% is about 7 or 8 million in fund balance. Yeah. And here we are again, here we are talking about 17.5 million in overages on a referendum project, staffing shortages, increases in a volatile market like this. We are not in a financial position to make that decision right now.
Anybody else? Jim?
Yeah, I respectfully disagree. We've never had a yearly deficit of $5 billion. In fact, over the last 10 years, I don't think we've ever had a yearly deficit. We projected them, we've just never had one. Second, we have the most stable funding source. I mean, our funding source comes from 3 places. 85% is property taxes, which has proven through every financial crisis, through COVID, to be rock solid steady. Portion of our budget comes from the federal government. Federal bonds are referred to as the risk-free investment. And about 6 or 7% comes from the state of Illinois, which you would think is risky, but over the last 10 years, as the vast majority has come in, it's just a matter of what quarter it comes in. So, an entity like ours with extremely stable funding sources does not need huge reserves. If we were funding schools off of sales taxes, I would be far more conservative in the amount of reserves we needed, but we're not. We're funding them off of property taxes.
Jim, as a historian of our fund balance, with the most years on the board, you and Karen, when was the last time our fund balance was at 5%? Because I can't think of a more volatile time in the 11 years that I have lived in Elmhurst than we're living in right now. And I remember fund balances up in the $60 million, $58 million range, and I know that's not 5%. So I'm just curious as
That you're
okay, but so that's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying, when was it 5%? Is historically, and if I know you guys, previous boards, as we've talked about multiple times, did an amazing job to put us in this secure financial position, right? And I'm just curious about when we were there.
You have to give me a few minutes to come up with
I
that
certainly
number,
don't.
but
That's what I'm asking.
I think I may have it.
Courtney, great point. And another, I just have a question. It's a very direct question. Elizabeth, I think I've asked you this before. Generally speaking, when it comes to fund balance and school finance, what is the recommended amount that a board should kind of try to withhold in a fund balance to be considered financially strong and healthy to withstand, the volatility or the unknown of the future?
Well, the State Board of Education says 25%. To maintain the AA plus, we like to see your fund balance north of 35 to 50%. And, you've just gone through a restatement of your fund balance from, the kind of the cash down to pushing that tax collection in June into the next fiscal year. So we have to consider parallel.
Exactly.
But this 5 million, kind of going down to the 8 million, I think is what Jim is talking about, is your low cash point.
Right.
Which is a little different than your fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
But that low cash point is very important because if something rocks the boat, and I just asked Chris what one payroll was, because that's always my example. When you're at, if you're one payroll away from not making it, that's never a good thing. And you may only be there in May, and I don't know what your payroll is, so I'm sorry about that. But
It's okay.
You just have to be conscious of that low cash point, and make sure you're comfortable with it. And you're right, property taxes are super stable, but we are in Illinois, and we could have lots of different things come through with regard to, which we've been talking about for years, tax freezes and pension shifts. But, our state is not out of the woods, and those things are always possibilities. So those are the reasons why you have a strong fund balance. And, those are the levels that kind of justify your very, very strong AA plus rating.
Could you, Elizabeth, you'll probably remember this off the top of your head, I hope. How we still have bonds to issue, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and that is set to be issued, am I correct in saying 2023?
January of 23.
And can you remind me about generally how much is left?
24.4 million.
Okay, so we were able to issue our first rounds of bonds, and maximize those low interest rates and pass that savings on to the taxpayers because we had a good rating, and that helped us get good sales. People bought the bonds. And rates that, benefit our taxpayers. So I guess I would also, could you weigh in on what does that look like if we were to run our fund balance down to where it's at its low point at 5%? Does that definitely impact our rating, like AA plus rating? And then secondly, what impact does that have on the bond issuance? I understand there's fluctuations in the market, but.
Well, everything has to be explained. So, the expenditure of the scope, addition, all of these things have to be explained, whether they're one-time or structural. The thing you don't ever want to have appear to be the case is a structural deficit where each year, like that red line going down, where expenditures are exceeding revenues on an annual basis. Now, as Chris mentioned multiple times, that's a tool, and that's conservative, and that's not my concern. Having a history of structural deficit, whether it's brought on by, continued escalation in costs to finish up the projects that you've got, or whether it's, an abatement schedule that you're sticking to. You want to make sure that these are one-time exceptions, not the rule. So the quickest way to lose a rating is to have what's called that structural deficit. So, we just want to be conscious of that and understand where the level is, where it stops, and show the discipline to keep your fund balances intact.
But if it's always sitting at that 5%, isn't that
Sarah, if I can just interject one thing.
Yeah.
You're calling our low cash flow point of the year, our low balance of the year, our fund balance. That you're, with all due respect, you're using the wrong term. Our fund balance, as measured by the state of Illinois, under our old accounting system, is something like, Chris, 41% on July 1st? Maybe it's 46. It's in the 40s. So that's our fund balance. So we're confusing. And if I can also answer another question you asked, in 2010, when our low cash flow point of the year was about 0, we were rated AA+. In 2021, with a low cash flow point of the year of 38 million, we're still rated AA+, because the rating agencies look at our taxing ability versus what our expenses are. We've been doing a fine job with the expenses, and our taxing ability continues to increase. We do not have a protracted structural deficit. We take in more money than we spend every year. That's what the rating agencies are looking at.
So the fund balance is at 46% on your old method of accounting. The new method accounting is going to be what, Chris? 5 or 10%? 10%.
But there's no fewer dollars in there. It's just accrual versus cash basis accounting and deferring, recognizing tax revenue from June 1st to July 1st. I mean, we have the same amount of money under both accounting methods. It's just that percentage differs because we're not recognizing the revenue, even though we have it in the bank.
But I think what we're talking about is that low cash point, and how low do you want to go on that low cash point?
Yes.
With the various.
Like in May, when it's a low cash point, are we okay with 5% or whatever?
Yeah, and I don't think, right, it doesn't matter if we're there for 1 month or 12 months. It's at that point, where are we comfortable, in my mind?
We were below 5% for a good part of a decade.
In the early 2000s?
No. Yeah, in the 2010s.
And how comfortable were you with that?
Because
that's why you did all the work.
Exactly.
Well, we did all the work because we were trying to get a AAA credit rating, which would have saved.
Nothing to do with the credit rating, right? You guys were uncomfortable with that level, right? Like there was, you weren't able to.
The idea was that we knew we were going to go to a referendum. We were going to borrow a lot of money. That a lot of money turned out to be $168 million. And the difference between AA plus and a natural AAA was by somewhere between 10 and 15 basis points. The assumption was if we had a large cash balance that we would get a AAA rating, and that would have saved our taxpayers about $8 million over the issuance of $168 million in bonds over the following 25 years. But it turns out that the rating agencies are looking at our taxing ability, not our cash reserves. The more they grew, Mr. Welton did a fantastic job every ratings review of representing us, and the rating kept coming back AA plus. I don't know how much cash we'd need to get a AAA rating.
For me, it's not the rating. For me, it's the comfort level at our low point. Like I said, whether it's 1 month or 12 months, of how comfortable I feel being there. And that's, I get the different accounting methods. I get the rating system's never going to change. But for me, it comes down to what my comfort level is seeing us at that low point. And for me, 5% doesn't do it.
And maybe
think
we have
that
different
we've,
perspectives because, when I joined the board, we were at 0.
When you joined the board, what?
When I joined the board, that level was 0.
Right.
And we built it up. And frankly, I fell hook, line, and sinker for this forecast 5 declining negative slope curve. And it made me nervous as hell. And then one day I woke up 10 years later and we had $38 million in the bank and we were projected to have negative $38 million.
Yeah, no, I agree that red line looks horrible, but
Yeah.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm just, like I said, it boils down to comfort level at any point in our year. And clearly 10 years ago, you guys weren't comfortable there. That's why you worked so hard and put us through the financial, just rigor. Thank you. That got us to be able to have these discussions openly. And I agree. We just have different perspectives about it. And that's why we have these
Yeah.
discussions.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And having been through that 10 years, I think I have, I've gained a greater confidence in our ability to raise revenue, collect property taxes. I've seen this through 2 major crises, and yet the property tax revenue comes in, and I'm fine with a 5% fund balance. In fact, I'm fine with even a little less.
Yeah, and I'm confident in our property owners paying their property taxes, right? But what I'm not confident in is that volatility that we're in right now with so many balls in the air. We have a learning gap that has occurred over the last 2 years. And I don't know that any of us in this room can sit here right now and be able to say, this is how much it's going to cost. This is the resources. This is the staffing. This is what we're going to need to get our kids back to where they should be. And I'm not comfortable, not even to talk about all the facilities projects and everything else. I'm just not comfortable with whatever that 5% low point. So I agree to disagree on this one.
I do have a question
I'm
really quick.
comfortable with it. And I'm comfortable with it because our levy has never been 5%, 6%. So what we're asking the taxpayers for in the next year and 2, we are going to grow this so significantly based on our trend that I've been on the board for 11, 12 years when we've asked for much less. And so that's why we said, hang in there with us, taxpayers. We're going to ask you for a lot, but we're going to use your money as though it's our own. And therefore, especially if we're going to increase the levy 5% and 6%, almost 12% in the next 2 years, that's a big toll on our taxpayer.
But Karen,
and so the only leverage that we have, I don't agree with the abating the levy. I voted for it last year, but I was really uncomfortable with it. But I am okay with abating the debt service because that's what we promised the taxpayers, even in the referendum. And so I am not going to go against that. And so I think that we should do that because even as Elizabeth is showing here, it's always a multi-year. Even though you make the decision each year, you look at it several years. And that's what we did. There's no reason to have an abatement just 1 year because you're always then hitting the taxpayer the following year. So it didn't even make sense. And that's why we tried to help everybody understand that last year. If you're not committed to this, then don't do it. But we all decided to do it. So that's where I am, because this is not making a decision like in a vacuum, one meeting, one whatever. Even though we have to make those decisions, they're based on a lot of information and multi-year sometimes, and even 12 years. We're finally doing something in, third term of, for me, that we were talking about when I first got on the board.
So 2 things for me. First, I do think we've been very financially responsible about our taxpayer monies. the issuance of bonds. When Beth and I and you guys passed the referendum to get on the bill and to get on the ballot, and Beth and I were out there talking to our taxpayers, we were telling people $300 in a tax increase per $500,000 home. And now it's down to something like $4. But excuse me, if I could just go to this, just finish my thought process, because I'm old and it leaves me quickly. We are responsible. We have, through Elizabeth's direction and guidance, we have been incredibly responsible about our taxpayers' money. $300 to $4. I mean, that's because of our diligence and what we've done. And the discussion about the abatement last year was tied into the fact that during the prior school year, our kids learned remotely. That was a big portion of the discussion about why we felt like we needed to give back to the community. It was a center point of the discussion. There was never a commitment that this is what we were going to do every year. I love this discussion. I think it's a very valid discussion to have every year, but to say that we made a commitment to do this every year is very misleading, in my opinion.
And we can agree to disagree, because just as Elizabeth is showing, it's a multi-year, and that's what we had presented to us. So I will be on the record to second Jim's motion.
So I'd just like to interject here a minute, and I want to move us back to being forward-thinking and future-focused. We're spending a lot of time disagreeing about what happened in the last 10 years, and I'd rather focus on where we are now and where we're going. So I have one question for Elizabeth, and then I have 2 points I'd like to make. One is, Elizabeth, per your recommendation or in your experience, how much cash should we have in the bank? How many months of expenditure should we have in the bank in reserves? What would the general number be?
Well, that goes to your fund balance, 4 to 6 months.
4 to 6 months, thank you. So 8 million out of 140 at the low point, $140 million budget.
Yeah, but they're different things.
I understand.
Fund balance is different, than the
Right,
low
the
cash
fund
point,
balance, so even if we looked, and Chris, this might be helpful just to illustrate this, that even if we look at the cash basis and take your 62 million, right? Are we on the same page? And try to create that parallel to your cash flow low point. What would happen to our cash basis next year, given the amount that we're spending? So that's information we still don't know, right? The 17 million and all the add-ons that Jim had in there. So that was my question. 4 to 6 months in the bank. I think that's important to put out there, that you should have that in what I typically call reserves, but I know we say things differently in different school districts. So I appreciate that note. I do want to just go back and talk about what I see as big picture indicators. First, we have our auditor and our consultants telling us that they would like to see a stronger financial position related to our fund balance. Okay, I think the disconnect is that we're looking at our cash flow low point, and we need to clean that up a little bit and have that understanding. I have the understanding of the difference, but what that all means, these are all indicators. So we want to see a stronger financial position, specifically when it comes to our fund balance and what we have in reserves. And our consultants have told us that. We have Chris here, who's also recommending no abatement. These are the experts who I'm looking towards for guidance. The final thing that I will leave us with is that the Illinois State Board of Education does look at our solvability, right? Like how financially strong we are, and they give us ratings. And I'd like to see an improvement for our district in that realm too. So these are 3 indicators, or 2 or 3, that I'm looking at to help me make this decision. And given the factors of where those items are and where we are in our spending and potential expenditures, I will not be supportive of an abatement at this time.
Athena, 3 things that you said. Well, 2 things. First of all, as Chris and Elizabeth said, our fund balance is at 46%. So that is between 5 and 6 months.
But that's right now. That's not forecasting the 20 million that we're about to spend
and move from operating out.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes, it is.
The 46%?
Oh, yeah.
We don't have those numbers on the presentation that was shared, Jim.
Second, we could achieve the improvement that you're talking about in how the state rates us financially overnight by just going back to our old accounting system, which I think would be a good idea because our board is confusing a whole lot of accounting terms. And I think it would be less confusing to the board, Chris, if we just went back to, I know we did that to make it easier to understand, but I think we've just created something that's more difficult to understand.
I gotta tell you, Jim, I'm sorry. I don't think it's more difficult to understand. I think the essential question is, are we comfortable at 8 million or 5% in low point?
Yeah,
and I think you're hearing board members say, no, we're not comfortable with that.
And everybody's entitled. I'm entitled to my opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion. And if I can also point out that the 5% tax increase that we're going to impose upon our property taxpayers next year represents $7.1 million added to our cash flow that year. Our expenses aren't going up that much. So a large chunk of that is going to end up in cash reserves.
I think it's a big assumption to make, and after I make this point, I'll be done. The 18 million that we're projected to go to at the low point, plus the increase of expenses and the volatility of what we're going to spend with that additional revenue, that's why we need it, to make sure that we have more stable footing. And we're not in a position, and Karen, I agree, I hear what you're saying about the tax rate going up over time. I'd like to have this conversation when we are in a position where we have accrued the dollars, and then we can talk about where we're going in the future. We're not in that place right now where we've accrued the dollars.
That we don't have the dollars, as you're saying?
We haven't, our cash low point is, you're proposing to be at 8 million. We already know that it's forecasted to be at about 18 next year.
But Chris, I guess I'm with Jim, and I've been thinking about this since the last couple discussions, is we didn't do the right thing and making all of these decisions at the same time. With changing the accounting, looking at policy, fund balance policy, and having the abatement discussion. They're all linked. So I also recommend we go back because you'll see all the money.
I think we mentioned this at either the policy committee meeting or the finance committee meeting that, this is a discussion for the committee meetings, right? So that it's open and it can be focused, and that I think we all agreed that the fund balance policy needs to be looked at. Like, I do think that there should be parameters. If we're over a certain percentage, how do we reallocate that money? If we're under a certain percentage, how do we, get that in there? And I think that's the proper discussion to have before we move forward with any other decision right now. I don't know how to.
We live in the state with the second highest property taxes in the nation, and this board is responsible for 70% of our property taxpayers' bill. Our property taxpayers have always been very good to the school district when they've asked for money, and I'm just trying to return a very small amount of our excess reserves back to our property taxpayers and do something about the property tax situation in Illinois. Why does the state keep coming after the school districts looking for money? Because that's where the money is. The state has a structural deficit, the school districts don't, so the state looks to the school districts, and the taxpayers in Illinois are complaining about their property taxes, so the state comes after the school districts again with the threat of a property tax freeze. If no school district does anything about it, somebody's going to take that money from us. Either we can give it back to the taxpayers or just wait for someone to take it.
What about, what happens if we can't? We have a significant, probably about a third we'll say that's very directionally correct, referendum projects to complete. And that was definitely that was a community taken to the community, and we're expected to fulfill that promise. And obviously, we've already had to, yes, we increased scope, but there's also increased cost. And so, we are digging into funds for that as well. And I guess, how do you answer then, and I'm thinking out loud, but how do you answer then if you can't fulfill those promises because you need the additional cash?
I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what I usually base my financial decisions on. But I think what is going on here is just that what people are uncomfortable with is that there's so many different factors than there were last time we had this discussion, which is why it's an important discussion to have every year separately based on what is happening in that time frame that year. So I think we've talked about this, I think, at 2 other meetings. I think what is making people uncomfortable is the referendum projects that are coming in. We have added scope, we have more costs, we have COVID implications that we didn't expect to have. And we don't know what that's going to look like with the next set of bids that go out. So we're still waiting for that information to come in. And it seems from last week, the financial projection for the bids it has changed in just a week. So we have no idea, saying this has never happened before, so it's not going to happen now. It's just a hard time to say something like that because there's so many things we couldn't possibly have expected a year ago. Then we also have $43 million in projects still out there that we haven't even, they were still budgeted from the beginning of the referendum. So I think that there are just a lot of things. It's not that, we aren't so thankful to our taxpayers who have been supportive of us, and we have done everything along the way that we can. It's just that the timing of this right now at this time, I think, is making us uncomfortable, and we want to make sure that we're being good stewards of the taxpayers' money that we do have. So that's why I don't feel comfortable with doing this at this time, but that doesn't mean that the next time we have this discussion, it's not going to be a good time to do it. So I guess that's where I'm at.
Okay, so tonight okay. So tonight this was a discussion, which we have clearly discussed. Mr. Collins would like to see option 5. Am I correct? Is that?
I think we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, you put but was it for option 5? Sorry, I'm just clarifying.
Right, for this year's
Motion for option 5 to be brought forward for a vote. Because we're not voting on we can't, it's not on the agenda for a vote. But you can vote to bring the motion, to bring that forward on an agenda for a vote.
I'm a little.
We're not voting on the abatement tonight.
Then when are we?
So I'm asking you, are you making a motion that you want option 5 brought forward for a vote in the February whatever meeting?
Yes.
And Karen, you seconded? Okay. Athena? Yeah. Would you like to, yes or no? Beth?
No.
No.
Okay, so,
I'm not sure that's how the process works. I think any board member can ask to have something put on the agenda for a meeting. It's not like you have to make a motion and it has to get voted on to put something on an agenda.
but you made we didn't say we're going to vote on this tonight.
And then you have corrected me. I made a motion, Karen seconded it, and you corrected me that since it is not on tonight's agenda to vote on it, we can't vote on it.
Correct.
Right. So I'm requesting to put it on our next agenda.
Okay. But don't we have to be in agreement that it's going to be put on the next agenda? as a board, if that's what I mean,
The board president sets the agenda, and our
I have to look up policy.
rules, our policy says that a board member can request that something be put on the agenda.
So you're asking for option 5 to be brought to the agenda.
Right. And,
Correct.
and option 5, as it pertains to this year, is an abatement of $650,000. That we can't vote on the rest of option 5.
Correct. It has to be
We can
done
just
each year.
1 year at a time.
And just to clarify, just this is really just next year is the, you know, that graph, that the hockey stick. Next year is the high point. Okay. I'm sorry. We'll bring this forward for a vote in February and for option 5. And I would like to take a 5-minute recess. And before we start the professional learning update with Mr. Grants. Okay, we have next on the agenda is the 2021-2022 professional learning update with Dr. Grenz presenting.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and attention. This time last year, we shared out about our 5 ISB provided district remote learning days. So we decided to continue with that sequence and provide highlights, even though, as a reminder, we did not have those additional institute days this year. There's 3 parts to our presentation this evening. Opportunities, some of our increased focus. We're going to highlight the institute days, and then some discussion around planning ahead for the future. Some of the opportunities that we have for professional learning in the district are listed on this slide. They include district-wide instructional leadership. We have a team that we refer to as our DLT. That consists of assistant superintendents, directors, coordinators, principals, assistant principals. That team meets every month. Then we have our principal leadership team meetings that happen twice a month or bi-weekly. We have principal preparation that's been occurring, which is a new approach. We have a series of instructional coach meetings that take place, as well as professional learning designed directly for our assessments. At the building level, we have a series of late arrivals, as well as our instructional coaching cycles. They do things like help teachers set goals, collaborate, they co-plan, they co-teach, they use data together, and then they reflect on those goals. Teacher Mentor Program has been in the district for several years. I had an opportunity to engage with this in the summer. They're doing really amazing and great things to help some of our not only new teachers, but teachers that are new to District 205. D205 University, as you know, has been around and has taken different approaches over the past few years. Currently, we have 6 courses offered this winter. One of those, as an example, is Autism in the Classroom. Another is Comprehensive Literacy for All, as well as a focus on collaborative learning. And again, when teachers take those courses with D205 University, they gain PD hours that go towards accreditation and their credits as a teacher, as well as 1 district credit toward a lane change. Institute days, we had 4, 2 in August, 1 in October, and then 1 in January. I am going to focus a little bit more on those this evening, and hopefully you will see not only the vastness to what we've been doing on Institute days, but also the continued focus that has occurred in August, October, and then most recently with January 14th. The August 16th Institute Day was very similar to a large wedding. We had over 700 colleagues join together in person, had the band playing. We had really great student performances. We had a ton of energy, and it was a really great way to kick off the year. We shared with you before that the one word used to describe the feeling towards the new school year at that time was excited, and we are definitely trying to maintain that momentum as much as we can into the other Institute days as well. October 8th, we had, and again, these agendas are in your board docs to give you a bit more of a snapshot as to how much coordination is involved in this. But we on the 8th had a little more focus around the introduction of SEL, which is what took place in August. And on the 8th, we dove deeper into that with some district-provided professional learning, helping the staff understand exactly what is SEL, what are some strategies to implement in the classroom, and what does that look like for us as a district, as also as teachers. We had a series of staff members volunteer to support that. We called them SEL ambassadors. They were all volunteer-based and stepped up, and they were able to provide job-alike opportunities, which we thought was very helpful, so that we had staff members learning from colleagues in the same areas of focus. We had over 29 sessions on just that one day, which I highlight because in the past, that has been something we've gotten feedback on and we've been able to incorporate. That's all right. It's awkward voice just to live with, let alone to hear twice. That's all right. It's like I'm on the voicemail. Anyway, the Tier 1 instruction is one of the areas of focus for those 29 sessions. And Tier 1 instruction, just for you as a reminder, is our core curriculum. instructional strategies, things that folks would oftentimes consider general education core, things like ELA and math and the different instructional approaches for those. We've been really working to get feedback from the staff after these Institute days. These are just two of the questions that we highlight for consistency. The first is the use of time today was well spent to meet the needs of our students. And the second is a little more detailed around actually taking the learning and putting it into action. I had a couple of photos there of our colleagues engaging in their learning. We wanted to share a little bit more about what does that mean and how have the staff members actually committed to taking next steps with that learning. So these responses in these various boxes here are to the prompt, how will you apply the learning from today's session to promote your students' development? So you'll see up top in that purple box, there are some K2 elements around calibrating their practices. In the green box, you'll see some differentiation approaches. And again, these are direct testimonials from our staff. And the blue box in the top, there's some reflective shifts in practice. In that orange box, a really highlighting piece around the role of data to actually change the instructional strategies. And then the dark blue is a consideration of resources to make sure that the items we are using in the classroom are on grade level and also supporting advancement of our students' learning in that grade. Those are just a few snapshots. We'll show you a few more from the January Institute Day as well. So I know this looks small, this snippet here, but again, the agenda for that day I think is roughly 6 to 8 pages. This is just a quick glance as to what it looked like from the time increments. Again, you'll see that consistent focus of the district-wide foundational learning around SEL, and then afternoon sessions focusing in on the Tier 1 instruction and the use of our data. Again, I want to highlight the 38 sessions that were provided. Huge commitment here from our staff. Everyone from directors to cabinet members to principals to coaches to teachers down the line and up was completely involved in making sure that these days were a success. And when you see the agenda in the board docs, you'll see actual staff members' names, and it'll give you a real good image as to how many people are involved in making these Institute days the success that they've been. So a little bit more information around the SEL data. Now that we have some for the first time, I wanted to just highlight a bit of where that focus is taking us. So the Panorama Ed survey is what our students took. It's taken by more than 9 million students across the United States, over 11,000 schools in 46 states. The data you'll see on the right in those larger percentages are from our students in grades 6-12. And what that percentage means where it says results is those are the percentage of students who responded favorably to that area of focus. Where you see the benchmark, those are going to be our students compared to millions of other students who've taken it in a national norm comparison. So you've got, again, the percentage of our students responding favorably, and then where we stand nationally in comparison to peers from, again, more than 9 million students across 11,000 schools. So you'll see there some what seems like a bit contradictory data in that grit, which the Panorama Ed survey defines as how well students are able to persevere through setbacks to achieve important long-term goals. That seems like the results are at 57%, but when you compare us nationally, that seems like a real opportunity for us to focus. And then you'll see self-management at 76%, with a response of favorably from our students, seemingly contradictory to one another. However, I need to keep in mind that Panorama Ed and CASEL are two different items. The Panorama Ed is the survey, CASEL is the actual framework for our learning around SEL. So when you do that comparison and you look at the chart on the left, you'll see that that area for opportunity for us with grit actually most closely aligns to the CASEL competency of self-management. So when we surveyed the staff after receiving this data and going through the learning on the Institute Day, you'll see 235 staff members identified self-management, which is, again, that component that most closely aligns to grit as the area of focus that they want to spend the rest of the year on as it relates to SEL. So again, we had roughly 235 staff members identify that grit piece as it relates to self-management for their focus for the remainder of the year as it relates to SEL, alongside obviously the Tier 1 instruction work that they've been doing since August as well. Again, those questions about the day providing staff with opportunities to meet the needs of students. We had almost 93% there. And then overall, taking the learning and transforming it into action, 93.4% felt favorably around that learning opportunity. Again, some testimonials around the teacher and coach commitments. And each respondent in that day, from again, I think those roughly 680 responses, everyone provided commitments similar to these quotes that we picked out. And again, this was to the question, how will you apply the learning from today's session to promote your students' development? Up in the top, that purple box, you'll see some real specific immediate changes to the actual teaching. And I want to highlight that that person is focusing in on much more depth with the students' learning. And the green, you'll see a really good example of vulnerability with a real focus on students' feedback and even opportunities that the staff identified for engaging parents. In that light blue box up top, you'll see a real use of the focus on the SEL data that we just talked about. And that's driving that teaching, again, with some real strategies that I want to highlight that can be used even the next day. And I think that's a really key piece for us to just be reminded of, is a lot of these sessions, because we've had such strong involvement of our staff, are giving teachers things that they can actually put into play, if not the next day, that week. And that's been a really big adjustment for us. The orange box, again, similar to October, consideration of resources so that we are on grade level. And then that bottom box, you know, I mentioned earlier just the staff-alike job opportunities of folks helping each other out and making sure that we also have, you know, every single staff member, every single student considered. This is an example just from one of our multi-needs sessions. And they were tailoring the sessions again. And you'll see there the real strategies and the focusing on the students as it relates to comprehensive literacy in the multi-needs area. The key word here in the next few slides is intentionality. Just from a high level, I wanted to share with you that right now what the work is looking like the most for us is the engagement of our school leaders, everyone from principals to coaches. And we're trying to look at the data, not just for this year, but we're really trying to the extent that we can, get ahead come March and June. So in February, you'll start to see, we'll have additional data from our winter map. So right now we just have the fall. Students are currently taking the map right now. So we'll have a little bit more data, and we'll work to share that with you as well once that testing administration wraps up. But we really want to make sure that we have a clear example for you and some data to help drive some of the potential resource and curricular items for display in February. That's typically when we provide the 30 days, if you recall, for any sort of curricular change that might be taking place. So the hope is that some of the data, the KPI work we've been doing this year, as well as the engagement of you as a board in February, will allow for some shared understanding as to what it is that is needed and also why that is based on our student learning data. With March, we are hoping to really start to focus in more on our SIP goals, not just the current ones and the recalibration once we have that spring data, but also looking ahead and planning for next year and thinking about the professional learning that this year has really been done in response to COVID-19, as well as just getting ahead with our students academically, but looking ahead for the next year and starting to actually move forward even more and making sure that our professional learning planning starts way before the summer so that we have a strong start to 22-23. Some of the key performance indicators, just some examples here that we're engaging the school leaders on in series of meetings, primarily in the areas of student success and then also the learning environment. Some of these you've seen as well in the previous October and November date presentations, and then some of those are a little more nuanced. For example, today we had a group of directors engage York High School in a presentation on SAT data, and that work is ongoing and is taking place throughout the year. Some high-level items for sharing as it relates to looking even further ahead. We talked about the first two examples this evening around the data review with the leaders, some of the commitments in the instruction areas of focus. The last item in the green box is the formation of a committee model. This is going to be extremely helpful when we start to think about curricular resources for the future and how we plan to select those and identify those, not only using the data, but also using the input from school leaders and staff members in the buildings. But you'll see that arrow there is intentional. One of the things, like we said, is trying to get our district-wide planning into the schools. We've talked about that as it relates to the strategic planning coming up, but we've also talked about that in the past as it relates to the school improvement plans. And we want to get even more aligned than we are this year with our district-wide professional learning, supporting the school-based professional learning next year and also into the spring. So again, I mentioned intentionality is the key word, and hopefully you're seeing that not only this year with the consistent focus, but as we look ahead, which can be difficult to do when we're still working through day-to-day things, but we do feel like we have a really good direction, especially when you think about March, April, May, and June, and feel confident that we'll have a really, really solid plan similar to this year, but with even more opportunities for next year. That is the presentation on the professional learning update.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Mr. Collins?
Scott, thank you very much. That was very, very helpful. I just have one curiosity question, if you happen to know the answer to this. How do you, what are the strategies for teaching grit? I mean, I think that's an extremely important characteristic for someone. The other thing I'm fascinated with is growth mindset. If every boss in America had a growth mindset, this would be a much better world. But I'm just curious, do you know, I mean, I don't expect you to be in that level of detail, but if you happen to know how you teach grit, I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. We were just in a planning session today with a colleague who was proposing an idea for the future around sort of the backwards model of a professional learning community, and we joked around referring to it as a CLP, which is, you know, a more creative way to have teachers creatively learn with their practice. And what we wanted to do is start to think about if and when we look at instructional curriculum resources for the future. So if we pick things out that need to be displayed in February and we do professional learning for folks this year and into the summer, do we have a way and an opportunity for staff to fail and to sort of learn from that together in a structured way that's safe come fall and throughout next year? So we are thinking about, at the teaching level, trying to model what that looks like so that people feel like they can make mistakes and they can learn from that. And also then obviously in the classroom piece too, is that teacher pointed out in the blue box, grit, grit, grit. We're always trying to build that, not only from the practices, but from some of their buddy routines. And what we've seen a lot, and I saw it today in a classroom at Jackson this morning, was a student making a mistake on an assignment and having a peer actually correct the student and having that student not shut down as a result of that and actually feel picked up by it, and other students saying, hey, it's okay, you just put the answer in the wrong box. So those are just little examples, but they're happening in the classrooms and they're very intentional because the teacher is orchestrating that. And I watched one of the aides actually support that student to lean in and help his classmate. So it's happening, it's subtle, but it's definitely something that the staff's focused on. And those are just two examples that I can think of from the teaching level, but also into the classroom where we're starting to see more of that.
And I'll add to that, Mr. Collins, that, you know, also utilizing text. So looking at characters and how characters respond to problems, and then being able to unpack that for the students. So for the students to identify. So what did you see that character, when they got frustrated at that point, what did you notice? And really just bringing a sense of language and conversation to it. Also, another strategy is some of our teachers are employing is reflection. So utilizing reflection journals and reflection writing. A lot of the teaching comes from really cognitively identifying, right, what students are feeling at certain points and then giving them alternatives to those feelings. So being able to say, I got really frustrated at this moment with a very difficult math problem. So then pausing at that moment and then unpacking collectively as a group, as a class to say, so now what can you do? When I felt frustrated, did anybody else have a suggestion or a strategy when you felt frustrated? Someone said, well, I can ask a buddy. Great. So really what it's getting at is making sure that they have tools in their toolkit to identify the emotion that they're feeling, but then have some alternatives as to how they push past and be responsive to that.
Thank you. I mean, it's an incredibly important personal characteristic that it seems like the people that achieve their personal goals in life have. And I'm fascinated by the idea that it can be taught. I think a lot of people think it's just inherent in some people, but more people had it, this world would be a much better place.
And that is accompanying with your idea of the growth mindset, right? There's this fixed mindset that there are certain attributes that cannot be taught, that I'm just here and it is what it is and there's nothing that I can do. So it's also helping them take a sense of ownership, and just to hear our students being able to really verbalize that in and of itself is amazing. Yeah. And then be able to apply it in various, not only academic situations, but also socially is really powerful.
I think those are two fantastic characteristics in people, and people would be far more at peace with themselves with a growth mindset. If we can teach kids that, our kids from this district will be far ahead of others.
Scott, I have one question. I might have missed this, and I apologize if I did. So last year we had identified that students would need extra supports or maybe extra learning opportunities and created some summer programming options for them. Can you talk to us a little bit about how some of the student data that we're gathering, not just in SEL, but maybe how that's impacting what summer programming options might look like this year?
Sure. We are definitely anticipating and have plans in place for summer, and similar to last year, both enrichment and some acceleration. We don't have that completely ready to share out just yet, but when we have the dates all formulated, we will definitely be providing it across the entire range. The York High School dates are available for summer school, but in terms of the younger grades, we'll work to get those out. I would assume by the end of the month, actually. Or sorry, end of February. Thank you. It feels like
I was going to say
February.
maybe March by the time it gets to the community, right? To our parents?
There you go.
Okay.
End of
All right.
February, sorry.
So that's good to know, just so people know that there will be potentially options for summer enrichment opportunities
Absolutely.
for all students in the district. That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the data will drive a lot of that as well, to support students for sure.
Okay, anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Grant.
Thank you.
All right. We are at the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Oh, I do. Bear with me. I'm sorry.
C. Letter C.
Oh, yeah. Item C, please.
All right. Any other items? Okay. Could I have a motion for the consent agenda minus item C?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel; B, financial reports; D, bid 22-8; Jefferson Media Center addition renovations. E, York basketball program donation. F, update Dr. Yankee consulting services agreement. And G, Blazer Works agreement for school psychologists.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Could I please have a motion for item C, advanced placement fee schedule structure, or exam fee structure? Ugh.
I move that the Board of Education approve item C, advanced placement exam fee structure. We have to.
Yeah, yeah. So
Make sure of.
did anyone second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, all right, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Mr. Collins, do you want to speak to it or ask whatever your question was?
Yeah.
Can you turn your microphone on? Sorry.
Apparently I didn't turn it off. Sorry. A long time ago, I learned that something free is seldom valued. And I look at what other districts are doing in the examples, which I appreciate. And there's 2 districts within our comparator districts that I think have a better idea rather than just setting the price at 0. And those are Indian Prairie District 204 that charges $15, or, you know, I'd be in favor also of something as low as $10, or I have no problem with making that number 0, but I would prefer to do it the way Barrington District 220 does it, which is collect a $40 deposit and then refund that deposit after the student takes the exam. Because in the briefing material that was provided to us, I didn't see anything that had a safeguard against somebody just signing up for a bunch of AP tests and not taking them.
I just have another thought to add. I don't know if anybody wants to respond to
Do you
want to respond to it?
I mean, question would be, is that
I don't know if somebody here oversees AP does. Generally speaking, these are, high achieving kids who are following through. So for me, and it would be interesting to know how many don't show up. If I made an assumption, I'd assume not many of them unless they were sick or had a reason, right? So I would think it's a very small percentage, but I want to talk a little bit about when we think about opportunities like sitting for an AP exam and the student group that this proposal benefits, some of our highest risk students, or students who have financial hardship, right? And I appreciate the proposal from, Ms. Sheriff and Mr. Talbot, right? That's who the memo is from. Because I think all too often students who have challenges and barriers in front of them, like financial hardship, don't have equal access to educational opportunities. And, we want to have more kids taking AP exams. We don't want finances, this is my own personal opinion, I guess, to be a barrier to taking an AP exam. AP exams are expensive, and I can see students choosing not to take them because either there's a financial hardship or they don't see the advantage to them in their post-secondary work potentially, or even as a member of their student in their classroom, right? And what that means to study for this exam and achieve a score. So, I'm thankful for this proposal. I think that our students who are experiencing financial hardship, this will alleviate some of those barriers and create equitable opportunities for all of our kids. And it's right in line with that philosophy.
Yeah, Athena, I agree with everything you say, and I think it's a great idea that we have more talented students challenge themselves, take AP classes, and take the AP test. Even at the $98, I don't think you can find a cheaper 3 hours of college credit anywhere. And I have no problem with having it ended up be a net zero. But I think even if you took a $15 deposit, just to make sure that people showed up for the test, it's a good idea because I don't see any numbers, as you pointed out, for the number of kids that sign up and then don't show up. And I'm certainly sympathetic to if somebody's sick that day. I just want to either have some data as to the number of kids that don't show up, or have some small safeguard mechanism to encourage them to show up. That's my only point.
Is that something, Mr. Collins, you would be open and willing to us collecting and monitoring if the board so approves to move that forward, to be able to say and the number of students that did not show up?
And when would that number be reported?
That I mean, obviously at the conclusion of when the AP exams are provided. So
the first question is that data even collected?
Yeah, I don't. To my knowledge, I don't think we have an issue with students signing up and not taking it. One of the issues we have is over the past 3 years, we've had almost a 15% increase in AP participation, but we have not followed that with enough supports for our students. So the reduction of this fee is definitely going to be an added incentive for our students not only to enroll in AP, but also to take it. We can absolutely work with the staff to make sure that students who register are supported and encouraged. Parent contacts, I think, is a really important piece to make sure that they show up for that test. I know that taking the AP test is highly talked about in the AP courses, and I know that those results and the preparation for that is a huge part of the day-to-day planning. So I would be more than willing to happy to engage a team to make sure that we have a solid plan to support students who register to make sure that they take it. This year, more than ever, we have a heightened data analysis on our AP enrollees with Equal Opportunity Schools. They are being partnered up with individual staff members in certain cases. We have contact cards for individual students. There's actual direct staff members' names who are meeting with direct students around this very topic. So I think if we ever had a chance and a time for us to hold students with support and a little bit of accountability, now is definitely the year where we're doing the best at that as it relates to AP. But I'd be more than happy to prepare a follow-up communication as to how we're doing that and what that looks like. Absolutely.
Scott, that would be great. Yeah, I clearly the benefits of showing up, getting a 3 or better on the test, and getting 3 hours of college credit. We need to encourage kids to show up. 80% of success in life is showing up. So if you have another way through personal contact to encourage kids to show up and then be able to report back to the board on what our continuing success rate is, I am all in favor of having as many kids as possible take AP tests.
Sounds good. We can definitely do that. I think it'd be a good practice for us, and I know that data is readily available, so we will have no problem generating that.
Okay.
Because I just want to clarify, you said like we're having increased AP participation, meaning our classes, right? But then you're not seeing the same number of students take the test. Is that?
It's not take the test, it's the success rate. So
Okay.
It's not that they're not taking it, it's just that we're not seeing the same amount, succeed. So
Okay.
because we have so many more students taking it, almost 15% more, our success rate is not following that same incline.
So I would prefer that you personally is spend the time, instead of chasing down the $10 or whatever, is get those kids to understand, you know, not every kid understands how to go about, you know, if that's maybe not been the history or they haven't done it before, they need to understand what they need to do, how they need to be prepared, even down to how you fill out the form to, you know, do it. And I think that, you know, you help them through that process, especially the first time, and then, you know, they are more willing to take that risk for more, hopefully more, more classes and tests and get that college credit.
Sure. I think looking at this from this angle will also provide us with, you know, an update as to, you know, the impact that this decision made, right? Did it remove a barrier for students? Did we have an increase in test takers? And I think that will be a great opportunity. We can definitely revisit that as well.
And I would love to see, you know, come back to us with, you know, how many, you know, students actually, you know, we were able to scholarship and, you know, did they pass and so on. Because I think then we'll have an idea, you know, and were there people that didn't sign or that signed up that didn't take the test. So.
There we go. And that's my reason for pulling this is anything we can do to incentivize kids to show up for the test only benefits them. I don't care if our pass rate on AP exams goes down. I more care that more kids are getting the benefit of getting some early college credit. And hopefully, after you've accumulated enough college credit, that incentivizes you to go on to college and, you know, in any way possible. So that's what I see as the benefit of this equal opportunity program that's going on at York. You know, the more kids we can encourage, the better. And the more we can do to incentivize them to show up for the test, the better.
So Scott, spot on. What you're talking or sharing with us, so I'm glad we had the discussion, that's guarantees the value. Because it's not just about taking an AP class, and it's not just about taking a test. And you bet, sorry, I was one of those kids, you needed a community around you. You needed the village to help you understand even how to do any of that stuff. So that's what I'm interested in, because that is truly about the student and the student's success for life. So if we can get feedback back to us, and it just illustrates a value example of you're coming to the board for a financial decision, but it's not just a financial decision, it's a value decision is how we're making it. And so as long as we are guaranteed that all the people pieces are together, that it will be successful, then you will prove that that dollar financial investment is worth it. So again, it's not just a financial decision, and that's the key. So great conversation. Thanks, Scott, for doing that.
It was Chris's idea, really.
All right, anything else? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Hessler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. All right, we have 2 agenda items, action items. The first one is item A, approval of resolution of the Board of Education transferring money from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Debt Service Fund. Mr. Welton, could you just give a quick background?
This is we do this transfer every year. This is to pay for the debt certificates for this building and the stadium. It's paid out of the O&M fund because it's required to be paid. The debt certificates are required to be paid out of the debt service fund, so we transfer from O&M to debt service. The amount of this transfer is $335,675, and it's in the budget.
Okay. All right, could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the operations and maintenance funds to the debt service fund for the purpose of payment of debt certificates for fiscal year 22.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any questions or comments? Pretty routine. Okay, you may call the vote then, please.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman, Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Item B is the proposed 2023-2024 school calendar. Mr. Pavoni, sorry, I'm falling asleep. It's all yours. Luke, Luke.
So the calendar committee met twice virtually in late October and early November. And the documents in front of you that you reviewed as the proposal for the 23-24 school year similarly reflects previous calendars.
All right, could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the proposed 23-24 school year calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Any questions or comments about it? Karen?
I hate to delay the meeting, but my question is, I know that some people said that there were great things that we had to do during the remote learning and COVID, hate to say that, which one was the Zoom parent conferences. I don't know if I heard, did we implement that? Are families still interested? Is that an option?
At the high school, it was an option.
And okay.
You
But
could do either
nowhere
one.
else.
I don't know about the other schools.
I can speak to that. So we had a bit of a mix with that. If parents wanted in person, we absolutely made sure that we had that opportunity available. And some parents did request Zoom, and that was also afforded as well. So it's definitely a bit of a mix. We don't use the word hybrid ever again, so I won't call it that.
Yeah, no.
But it was a mix. It was
Nobody
a
wants
mix. It was a mixed approach. Yeah. It was a mixed approach.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Oh, Jim?
I don't often say this, but thank you for planning so far out. It helps a lot of people in our community to know this far out when they can plan things around the school schedule, and it helps their kids be in school because people have planned in advance. So thanks.
You're welcome. We're happy to jump on the 24-25 calendar whenever you'd like to direct me.
Sounds great.
Good. I know. Oh, man. Wow. All right, anything else? Okay, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. Item C, action regarding proposed settlement for student FY 22 number 02 there will be no action on that agenda item tonight. So we will move on to superintendent's communication. Item A is school year 21-22 moving forward together, update in COVID metrics. Dr. Campbell.
Thank you. I want to actually make this extremely brief tonight, given our time. We were to provide an update on Friday, January 14th. We were served and named as one of 145 Illinois districts in the case Austin versus Pritzker. This case is now pending TRO and class certification motions. which addresses the state's mask mandate and current quarantine guidelines. We are closely, as an administration team, monitoring this case and wanted to also say that we respect the legal system and will cooperate with any ruling that may be issued in this case, while continuing to implement all other current mitigation strategies at the time. Administration has been working diligently to consider and to prepare for the many possible outcomes. We will be working closely with continue to work closely, and will work closely with each of our schools to make sure that they have the resources necessary to ensure the health and the safety of our staff and students. We will be sure to keep our community updated and informed of all changes updated and informed of all changes, if necessary, as well as continue to update our Forward Together page to be reflective of those changes. In addition, since our last board meeting, we've made extensive updates to our Forward Together microsite to align to the recent changes in guidance from the IDPH as well as the CDC. We continue to partner with North Shore. The district centralized testing site is now up and running with rapid as well as PCR tests offered each day. I want to thank a very, very big shout out and thank you to our hardworking nursing staff for these outstanding services being provided to our community. We've offered between 90 and 100 tests each week since opening in early January. As time goes on, we continue to gather vaccination information from our families. We report that over 3,500 students, close to 44% of those eligible, have submitted their vaccination cards at York High School. Our vaccination rate is approximately 48%. In our middle schools, that rate is closer to about 43%. And in our elementary schools, we are hovering around 41%. It is also important to point out that those elementary school students who were vaccinated, this has been done since November 5th, meaning that 41% is representative of what has been done within the last 11 weeks. That concludes my Moving Forward Together update and COVID matrix.
Any questions? All right. Okay, then we are on to Freedom of Information Act requests.
One FOIA for elevator contract, which was granted. One FOIA for health insurance contract, granted. One FOIA for threat assessment information, granted. One FOIA for construction bids, not in possession. 5 FOIAs for construction bids, granted. One FOIA for harassment report, not in possession. 2 FOIAs for harassment training, 1 granted, 1 not in possession, and 1 FOIA for technology equipment, granted.
All right, social media highlights.
Okay, so this first highlight you're going to see is from Kate Cortez at Edison. She shared an image of students using self-evaluation tools to reflect and set goals for their writing in 3rd grade. This next one is from Mr. Wilton, teacher at Bridges Transition Center, sharing the exciting news that the Dukes are region champions and on the way to state. Basketball? Oh, don't ask me sports questions. So, all right. right. This next one is shared from Edison Studio 205, which is Edison's Makerspace and Media Center, which is extremely cool. I had the pleasure of touring it. It's fifth graders doing coding wars with Wonder Workshop Dash robots. I am baffled that they can do that. I think it's pretty amazing. And this last one is from Jessica Vega, a first grade teacher at Jackson. Shared images of students that were learning new math games, going along with math standards, and new things coming your way.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, board communications. Does anyone have anything? All right, we've come to the end of the agenda then. February 8th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here at 7 o'clock. February 22nd, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. March 2nd, 2022, Board of Education Policy Committee meeting at 5:30 here in District 205 Center. And March 15th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. We come to the end of the agenda. We are adjourned.